All right. So, as usual, in accordance with AB 361, the Planning Commission meeting will be held virtually until further notice. And with that, I'll call the meeting to order and ask everybody to join me in a salute to the flag, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There's a lag on Melanie. It throws me off every time. All right. With that, I'll ask for commissioners present or a roll call, please.
Alan Bongio.
Here.
Thomas Mulder.
Here.
Noah Levy.
Here.
Mike Newman.
Present.
Peggy O'Neill. Brian Mitchell. Melanie McCaver.
Here.
Thank you, Laura. Looks like we have a quorum. So with that, we'll move on to item C, discussion of remote meetings. So, Director, do you want to talk about that or?
I would. So the resolution that you've got would extend the remote meetings to March 4th, or March 7th, I guess it would be. No, 4th.
To March 5th.
March 5th?
Yeah.
Okay. I think the Board of Supervisors is looking at beginning in-person hybrid meetings at the 1st of March.
Excellent.
So it would be within the purview of the Planning Commission to decide to start to hold in-person hybrid meetings on March 5th. You'd still need to adopt this resolution today, which gets us through the February 17th meeting.
Should we add that it's our wish to start in live meetings on the 5th in that motion to adopt this?
That's fine. Okay.
So would anybody like to make a motion to adopt this resolution number 22-014 to continue the remote meetings and then move to the semi-remote meetings on March 5th? I'm not sure what the term is we're using, but
So motion.
Okay, a motion. And who was the second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I think Mike got it, but so we have motion second. Roll call vote, Laura.
Alan Bongio.
Yes.
Noah Levy.
Yes.
Thomas Mulder.
Yes.
Mike Newman.
Yes.
Melanie McCaver.
Yes.
Thank you, Laura. Motion carries unanimous. That brings us on to item D, agenda modifications. Director, do we have any modifications tonight?
Yes, we do. So we would like to pull item number F2 from the consent calendar. To speak to that tonight, I don't think there are any other modifications to the consent calendar. There's one other item, the public hearing on the safe parking. We would ask that be continued to a date uncertain.
What item is, what number?
That is item I6.
A lot of items to go through. Yeah. Okay. And you want that continued to what?
Date uncertain.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
And what the first one, what was it continued to? That you said you wanted?
Not just removed from consent.
No, we're just pulling it.
Just pulling it. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Should we just take a motion on those two items just to get those out of the way?
Don't need to make a motion on F2. That's just going to be done
Just
under
leave it.
items that are removed from
Okay.
consent. But the
Right.
continuance of I6, yes.
All right. Could we get a motion to continue item I6?
I'll move it.
All right. Have a second?
I'd second, but I want to clarify, my I6 Golden Bud LLC and my I8 is the safe parking on the agenda I'm looking at right now. The one that was mailed to me.
One I have says it is 6. Safe parking is 6. So
There's a
I believe
revised.
there was a
there's
revised agenda
revised-
that came out a little later.
okay.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
got the
my-
old, no problem. All right, so we had a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that? All right, so Laura, a roll call vote, please.
Thomas Mulder,
Yes.
Mike Newman,
Yes.
Melanie McCaver,
Yes.
Alan Bongio,
Yes.
Noah Levy,
Yes.
Right, motion carries unanimous. Thank you, Laura. All right, so we got through agenda modifications, and now we have item number E, public comments on non-agenda items. So this is the opportunity for anybody to speak on any item that is not on the agenda. Let me get over to my attendees. How come it doesn't want to? Oh, there we go. And the first caller is Bjorn Zepp. Star 6 to mute.
Hello, commissioners. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to make a really brief comment on the order of the agenda. We're going to be presenting on item number 4 for Golden Bud tonight, and I just wanted to note that they have been on agendas since October, and due to extensive comment and the order of the agenda, they keep getting bumped. And I'd just like to note that now at the beginning of the hearing, or at the beginning of this meeting, and ask that you guys do everything you can to either move it forward on the agenda or to make sure that we get that far through the agenda. So that is all, and I appreciate your time. Thanks.
We'll do our best. Thank you. Next caller is 7429.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. This is Roby Tenorio, and I'm calling to encourage your commission to seek assistance from the planning director and the planning staff in identifying, naming, listing, anything that needs to be done, the possible findings that would address the commission's concerns when you want to put a particular condition on a permit. Because as it is now, the planning department is encouraging and assisting applicants to appeal the conditions that your commission has applied. And then the planning department also recommends to the supervisors that they support the applicant's appeal because your commission did not have findings attached to your condition. So I'd like to suggest that you ask staff to assist you in developing your findings so they would uphold your conditions. I also have a question. Are you able to use the maps that have been provided to analyze the cumulative impacts and the wildlife corridors, the wells, and the other issues that you were and may be concerned with? So that's just a question. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Director, would you like to say anything to the first part of that, or? I don't know.
I think that somebody's taken a conversation out of context and used it in a very unfortunate way. And there are conversations that occur between staff and applicants. And when applicants ask questions about what their alternatives are, those are explained by staff. And that's not an inappropriate thing. That's not staff advocating. That is staff being responsive to a dialogue with an applicant. And I find it very unfortunate that somebody would take that and use that in this manner.
Thank you, Director. I'll kind of answer the second part of her question about the maps. The maps are helpful. I don't think that they give the detail for all aspects of the questions you asked, but they are helpful in looking at areas that have a lot of clustered grows and such, so you can see the numbers. So I don't know if that answers your question, Roby, but they are helpful. I see Thomas has his hand up, so I'll let him.
So just asking for a brief response to the comment there. Under the public process, I do believe it's any applicant's right to appeal any decision made by this planning commission or any appellant's right within 10 days of that decision. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right. See no other hands up. Move on to the next caller is Praj White. Go ahead, Praj. You there, Praj?
Do you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. Good evening, Chair Bonfio, and through the commissioner of the commission, or through the chair of the commission. Just like Mr. Zepp, I wanted to bring forward that I'm representing item H1 this evening. And this is the fourth hearing that we have attended in anticipation of this project being heard. And I just wanted to mention, I'd be concerned that all the items that got put on the consent calendar, anything being pulled, being in front of the scheduled hearing items, and would request consideration that any items pulled this evening from consent could be heard at the end of the scheduled public hearings rather than before. I appreciate your consideration and wanted to point that out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's not a bad idea. What do you think about that, Director?
I think that's within the purview of the chair.
I agree. I think that's a good idea. So let's see how many of the consent items get pulled, and then we'll make that call. If there's just a couple that we can get through quick, then maybe we'll just keep it as it is. But otherwise, I think we'll do that. Good idea, Praj. Public 7108.
Good evening. This is Bonnie Blackberry.
Hi, Bonnie.
I just wanted to comment about the maps because I live in one of these areas where there's a whole lot going on. And even though you can tell what's been abated because it's black and what's being permitted or whatever is kind of pink, I'm not sure what was existing and what's new, but these are just parcel sizes. They don't really have anything to do with what was actually going on the property. So that's just, yeah. You think, well, you abated, looks like all these parcels got abated, but you don't have a clue of what was abated. And for all the existing or new grows are permitted, you don't really know the quantity, what's really going on. So it just shows you that there's a whole lot going on, but exactly what is not known. So I was hoping for more information, and I don't know how this is going to help the commissioners other than knowing, if it's in an area where there's a whole lot going on. So thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, Edgar Dugan. Star 6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Chairman Baggio. I'm sorry. I'm a
No.
little technically challenged here. I just wanted to make sure that the part I want to testify is Enchanted Springs Earth LLC, Willow Creek, record number PLN 12190CUP is on the agenda.
I believe that's one of them, but that one's on there, Director.
I'm looking right now.
Okay, we're looking at it right now.
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is, he says. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I relinquish my time and will speak at that time.
Thank you. All right, anybody else who wishes to speak on public comment on non-agendized items? All right, seeing none, I will close public comment and come back to the commission, and we'll move on to item F, consent agenda. So I'm going to go, like we've done in the past, I'm going to go through each of these items. And if anybody would, oh, go ahead, Thomas.
Can I make a brief question / statement in response to a public comment about mapping?
Sure, go ahead.
I want to be corrected if my interpretation is incorrect, but pre-legislation or pre-legalization, I believe it was estimated around 15,000 grows within our county. And of those 15,000 grows, I believe it was estimated somewhere in 5,000 to 6,000 parcels. Maybe I'm hearing that wrong. So let's remember that there's only about 1,500, 2,000 parcels that are actually in the permitting process. So if those numbers are way off, please let me know.
Actually, Mr. Commissioner Mulder is exactly correct based upon the studies that were done by UC Berkeley. 15,000 gross site, approximately 6,000 at the top end parcel involved.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. All right. Back to the consent agenda. So I'm going to go through each item, and I'm going to ask if anybody on the commission or the public wishes to have an item pulled, and we will come back to that item and have a public hearing on it. So the first item is item number 1, City of Arcata General Plan Conformance Review. Is there anybody who wishes to have this item pulled? Seeing none, we'll leave that on the consent. Item number 2 was already pulled. Item number 3, McKinleyville Community Services District, Mad River Floodplain Habitat Restoration and Public Access Conditional Use Permit. Does anybody wish to have this item pulled? Seeing none, we'll leave this on the consent. Item number 4, Redwood Parks Lodge Company Incorporated, Conditional Use Permit and Special and Coastal Development Permits Extensions. Anybody wishes to have this pulled? Seeing none, I will leave this on consent. Item number 5, Lax Creek Ventures LLC, Conditional Use Permit in the Redwood Creek area. Anybody who wishes to have this item pulled?
Chair, I do.
Okay, we'll pull item number 5. All right, brings us to item number 6. Hoffman Realty LLC, Conditional Use Permit in the Alder Point area. Does anybody wish to have this item pulled? Seeing none, we'll leave it on consent. Sorry, I'm having a hard time grabbing the pages. Item number 7, Hoffman Realty LLC, Conditional Use Permit in the Alder Point area. There's 2 projects, 2 parcels. Anybody cares to have this one pulled? Seeing none, we'll leave that. Item number 8, Enchanted Earth LLC, Conditional Use Permit in the Willow Creek area. Is there anybody who wishes to have this item pulled?
Chair, was this the item?
This, I believe so, that Mr. Dugan.
Yeah.
He just put his hand up. So this item number 8 will be pulled. All right. Item number 9. Green Flash Farms LLC, conditional use and special permit in the Miranda area. Does anybody care to have this item pulled? Seeing none, we'll leave it on consent. Item 10, Lance Berry, conditional use permit in the Densmore area. Does anybody care to have this item pulled? Seeing none, we'll leave it on consent. Item number 11, Larabee Valley Family Farms LLC, conditional use permit in the Bridgeville area. Anybody wish to have this item pulled? Seeing none, we'll leave it on consent. And that brings us to the last item on consent, number 12, brought at the Bluff Farm Stay, conditional use permit and coastal development permit modification in the Ferndale area. Is there anybody who wishes to have this item pulled? I see a hand go up, so we will pull this item. So that means we have, I believe, 3 items, number 5, I think it was number 8, and then 12. Yeah, 5, 8, and 12 that have been pulled. I think we can get through 3 items and on. So we're going to, first I would ask that we could get a motion to approve all items except items 5, 8, and 12 on the conditional, and 2, excuse me. 2, 5, 8, and 12 on the consent calendar.
Mr. Chairman. Sorry. I would make a motion that we approve items 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11 from the consent calendar.
Right, we have a motion. You have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and Melanie got her hand up. I don't know, I think so. All right, any further discussion? All right, is it Laura or Suzanne that's doing it? Suzanne, a roll call, please.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Levy,
Yes.
Commissioner McCaver,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Commissioner Bongio,
Yes.
Commissioner Mulder.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, motion carries unanimous. All right, so with that, we will move on to items that were pulled. And the first one is item number 5. So we'll, 2, I'm sorry.
Through the chair,
Yes.
I have to recuse on this one because I live within 300 meters of the property.
Okay, thank you for
So
that.
if the technical moderator could let me know, what I'm going to do is leave the meeting and then attempt to enter the meeting, and the moderator can let me in when this item is completed.
All right, can you do that, Josh? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So if it was pulled, we're not going to, oh, wait, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Director.
Under normal circumstances, I would encourage the chair to just receive whatever concerns were expressed as the reason for it being pulled.
Okay.
In this particular case, it's being pulled by the staff.
That's what I was going to say.
So we will give a short presentation of the issue confronting the Planning Commission. And it's actually very simple.
Okay. Go ahead with your presentation then.
Okay. Go ahead, Des.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will go ahead and share the screen. See how that goes this time. All right, am I sharing?
Your nice family.
Yeah, they are.
Now it's
you-
good.
That's good?
Yep.
Yes? All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All righty, thank you. Okay, so the development agreement follows on the item that was brought before the commission on January 6th, which were the entitlement requests for the North McKay Ranch project. The development agreement can follow as it's discussed and negotiated with the applicant, and they're typical with subdivision maps. This relates to the subdivision map. There is a question on this, though, that came up just recently, which relates to a condition that was presented to the Planning Commission, and then the development agreement and one of its stipulations. So the question relates to dedication of the public trail easement and the timing of that, whether it should be at the final map stage or at 90 days following execution of the development agreement. So how this came about is that there is a list of 20 conditions of approval on the subdivision map that included condition number 2, which actually envelops several public works conditions in a memo attached to that staff report. And this is how that condition reads. Basically, condition number 1.6E of that memo requires that a 20-foot easement for a public trail be shown on the first phase final map. Subsequently, the draft development agreement, which is before the commission tonight, recommends for the commission's recommendation of approval to the board, included a stipulation from the Department of Public Works that trail dedication be accomplished at 90 days following approval of the development agreement. So there will be dedication of the trail to the county, but in the conditions that the Planning Commission saw and is forwarding, it states the final map. And in the draft DA that we have right here now tonight, Public Works is asking for 90 days within approval of development agreement. So those are both coming from Public Works. There's a bit of a conflict there, and the applicant is requesting that the development agreement be consistent with the conditions that you've already seen, which would be that the timing would be at the final map stage, the first phase of the final map. And that's it.
Okay. Is there any questions for Des from Commission?
Hey, Des, can you stop the screen share?
Yeah.
We've got Thomas Mulder.
Sorry. Come on.
Not hearing Alan at all.
Go ahead, Thomas. It wasn't letting me switch over to the commission.
Oh, no. No worries. This is just for staff. I'm confused on this. If we approved it one way, why would we consider, I understand Public Works asked for that, but if we approved it one way, why would we consider changing it? As this is my first subdivision, I believe.
I'll tackle that. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Mulder. I think that Public Works would like to get that dedication as soon as possible. Obviously, the original recommendation was to have it dedicated as part of the first phase of the final map. This is a little bit unusual, is that we did not have a final development agreement for the Planning Commission's review when we brought this forward previously, when we brought the map forward. And so we're trying to catch that up, so to speak. And in doing that, The additional comment was made to make the date earlier than what was previously required. We felt that it was a substantive enough issue that it was important for the commission to make the recommendation to the board in terms of what the date should be. Whatever the commission chooses is what both the tentative map and the development agreement will say. It is normal for dedications to happen associated with the recordation of the final map.
Thank you, Director. Mike, go ahead. You're muted.
Thank you. Is that page 19 of the report where it's showing the different trailheads?
Do you have an answer to that, or?
I don't, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if that map reflects that. It looks like it would, but I don't know that for a fact.
What is 19.4 then?
I'm going to have to say, Commissioner, that that's what it's probably for, because I don't know what else it would be for. So, yeah.
Okay.
All right. That answer your question, Mike?
It
All right.
does.
Anybody else have questions? I have my hand up. I'm going to ask the question that I asked the last meeting. I don't want this in any way to slow down Mr. Kramer's project or such, but I'd like to know if and when the issue of these trails and how they're going to be, one, maintained and more importantly, policed by the county. Public Works is in charge of these trails is what I see, and I don't know how they're going to be able to do that. So I think it's an issue that needs to be discussed and brought up, and there needs to be something put in this trail plan, in this community forest plan, to deal with the potential problems and problems that are already existing there. So at what point are we going to have a discussion about that would be the other part of that question.
Could offer a response to that. I would say that is not the applicant's responsibility, but really is the county's responsibility. And obviously the Planning Commission, or at least a member or members of the Planning Commission, have concerns with that. And I would recommend that you make that part of your motion, that you are concerned with how these are going to be maintained, support of the project, support of the dedication, but want to make sure that there's adequate planning and adequate implementation to ensure the safety and maintenance of these areas.
Okay. But my concern is much larger than Mr. Kramer's subdivision. So, I mean, there's miles of trails.
That's why I'm saying there's the action on the subdivision, but then there's a separate, I mean, you can't get to the trail plan through the subdivision. You've got to really make a separate recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to say, we're concerned about this. We believe you should approve the subdivision,
right?
But we're also concerned about this, and we want you to consider this and take this under advisement and make sure that there's an adequate plan developed.
Okay. Hopefully somebody got that, and we'll make a motion to that effect So the chair doesn't have to make that motion. All right, Thomas, go ahead. Go ahead, please. Thank you, Director.
So I'm kind of really big on, we approved it one way. So I'm not really in favor of within 90 days of the development agreement as requested by Public Works. And the reasoning, I just haven't seen anything that would substantiate the need for that as far as public safety or anything else. So I don't know exactly what all your motion was, Chair, so I'm gonna have to let you, if you support, go for the motion with all that other stuff. But I'm just letting the commission know I'm in support of leaving it how we approved it before for the language.
Okay. Any other commissioners that have thoughts on this? All right. Well, I'm going to open it up for public comment then, and then we'll bring it back and we'll parse it out. So we got, looks like 3 attendees. So let me get over there. And the first one is Colin Fisk. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Colin Fisk. I'm the Executive Director of CRTP, the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities. We're a local organization with more than 600 members and supporters, and we've submitted several comments on this project previously, which I hope you've seen. I was disappointed with your recent decision to recommend approval of the project and certification of the EIR without responding to any of the issues raised by CRTP or by your colleagues at the Humboldt County Association of Governments and the Redwood Coast Energy Authority. Those agencies oversee the creation and implementation of the Regional Transportation Plan and the Comprehensive Action Plan for Energy, respectively, which are official local plans to which the county subscribes via provisions in the general plan and other policies and agreements. And so when those agencies tell you a project may be inconsistent with their plans, which are also your own plans, you should listen to them. I had hoped that the development agreement would include some commitments on the part of the developer with regard to transportation, energy, and greenhouse gas emissions to address those issues, but it does not. These very important issues continue to be largely ignored. Instead, the main impact of the agreement, as I read it, is to exempt this project from future regulatory changes over the course of the next 20 years, some of which might help to address those very issues. In return, for giving up essentially any hope of seeing a more walkable, climate-friendly neighborhood, the county gets some land for a stretch of recreational trail, which is a nice amenity, but nothing like what's needed. So, you know, as recommended by HCOG and RCEA, as well as by our organization, CRTP, the development agreement really should contain commitments to providing things like bus vouchers, increasing transit frequency, implementation of effective transportation demand management strategies, providing far more than what is really a pretty paltry amount of bike parking that's been promised, and either direct improvements to the surrounding bike and pedestrian networks or fair share contributions towards such improvements. It should also contain a commitment to all electric construction with no natural gas hookups. Absent these commitments, the development agreement and the project to which it is part is inconsistent with the general plan, as well as the RTP and the
30 seconds
for energy. Thanks. So as it stands tonight, I would urge you to recommend disapproval of the agreement, essentially because exacerbating the climate crisis and the street safety crisis, as this project would without those changes, isn't the right way to address the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller is Cutton Citizen. Go ahead. They disappeared. Okay. We'll go to the next caller, Pat Carr. Pat Carr. *6 to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
So I'm Pat Carr. My concern about this project has been, and it remains, around the greenhouse gas emissions related to transportation to and from its buildings. Obviously, housing in Humboldt County has to be a priority for us. That's very clear. But our impending climate disaster really needs to be viewed as a major factor influencing where and how we build that housing. This project would be given a development agreement for 20 years. 20 years ago, our knowledge of and our concerns about climate change were far less than it is now. Given the rate of global temperature rise and its correlation with the elevated levels of greenhouse gases, which continue to rise, and the huge impacts that we're already seeing, wildfires, weather extremes, and such, it's really clear that we are not making progress on climate change with our current policies. I can imagine that 20 years from now, we might well regret the approval of this project. So I hope very much that you will reconsider this development agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Public 5808. Star 6. 5808, are you there?
Yes, good evening, commissioners. This is Stevie Luther. I'm calling on behalf of the Humboldt Trails Council, and we are absolutely in support of this dedication for the trail easements. I would like to suggest, in terms of maintenance of the trails, that the Trails Council runs the Volunteer Trail Steward Program in collaboration with the county. We maintain the Hammond Trail and provide a lot of volunteer labor. One impediment that we come across is having a place to store tools and supplies in order to facilitate these volunteer workdays. And having a dedicated storage shed in this subdivision would be a great aid to be able to provide this volunteer assistance. So the Trails Council looks forward to continuing to work with the county, and I just wanted to put that suggestion forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I see we have Cutting Citizen back, so go ahead. Star 6 to unmute.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. My name is Alicia Sidebottom, and I live in Cutton, actually right down from the McKay Community Forest. And I'm actually very opposed to the subdivision. And in reading the EIR and their proposal, there's a lot of wrong assumptions made, which need to be clarified. The first assumption is that we'll have less risk of fires because of the area that we're in. We all know that it rains less here every year. We're in higher drought conditions with no end in sight. This isn't going to change, but changing the water table, which is already being done in the community forest, does create a definite situation for future risk of fires. This also causes a problem for homeowners who are going to have to deal with insurance companies who will not want to provide for us in this area with higher fire danger, with a known risk being put in. Another assumption was that there are 33 fire departments to provide services to the area. We all know in our community that services are limited, and there are not 33 providers to give services, let alone the assumption that it is the county's responsibility for fire, EMS, and emergency services, either by Office of Emergency Services or outlying areas providing those services, which makes it unavailable to the rest of us. The roadways would need significant grading due to their steep inclines and the geological shifts, which will affect the water table even more. Water and sewer infrastructure and availability is understated and doesn't account for current usage since they were going by the 2015-2016 projection of the Humboldt Bay Community Service, which does not account for the Nordic Fish Farm, which has been approved. In the general plan purpose, it's for the general safety of our community and the protection of the environment that we have.
You have 30 seconds, ma'am.
This project does not take into the effects that it's going to cause. It's already pushing the wildlife out into the community. It's already going to change the infrastructure for our water, sewer, and other items. And that will all be put on the current people here, therefore deflating our current property values.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else who wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment. Sure. If the applicant is with us, I would allow them to speak now. I didn't see. Hey, Kurt.
Hi, Alan.
How you doing?
Good. Hey, the reason we brought this back on the development agreement was just relative to the request from Public Works to try and turn around the trail easement in 90 days. We want to tie it into the first phase of one of our developments, most likely Manzanita Street. So we can there's an efficiency in pulling all this documentation together with surveying and other things that will need to take place. And we just think it's the right thing to do. They currently have access to everything. It's just not a legal access. We fully intend to meet it. We just need some more time. And we thought tying it into with the first phase of the development would be a great way to do it. So that's all I have. If there's any questions.
Thank you, Kurt. Does anybody have a question for Kurt while we have him there on the, all right. So with that, I'm going to close public comment and I'm going to bring it back to the commission. If I can get there we go. Anybody have a question for Kurt? All right. Thank you, Kurt. So where do we want to go with this, guys? We've heard public comment. Thomas, go ahead.
Well, especially after hearing the developers speak about the surveyor and the logistics, and as someone that knows how challenging it is to get surveyors out for projects and the added costs of that, as I said before, I'm willing to go with what we originally supported. But hearing all this greenhouse gas talk, can I just ask you a question? Do we have this awesome, any renewable energy projects in Humboldt County that we get all of our energy from, or is there some project out there I'm unaware of that we get renewable energy from?
There's two things going on. One, the Planning Commission has approved a small solar facility outside of Blue Lake. And then there is on the horizon the potential for offshore wind to be developed.
Thank you, Director. Mike, I see you have your hand up. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so I'm all for moving this forward and getting this on the road to getting done, and possibly adding a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to take a look at how the trails will be taken care of, just a recommendation. So I would like to move that we make all the required findings for approval of the development agreement based on evidence of the staff report and public testimony, adopt the resolution recommending the Board of Supervisors approve the North McKay subdivision project development agreement, as well as then advise that they take a look at how the trails will be maintained and patrolled.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Does anybody wish to second that motion?
I'll go ahead and second that.
Thank you, Noah. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Suzanne, a roll call vote, please.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Newman.
Yes.
Commissioner Bongio.
Yes.
Commissioner Levy.
Yes.
Commissioner Mulder.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, motion carries unanimous. And would you let Melanie know she can come back, please? All right. So that brings us on to the second item that was pulled, and that is item number 5, which is, turn the pages faster. Lax Creek Ventures LLC conditional use permit in the Redwood Creek area. And we'll take a staff report, please. Thomas, you have your hand up. Are you want to say something before? Oh, no, that was my, sorry about that.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen here for the presentation.
Thank you, Max.
All right, great. Can you see my presentation okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Max Hilken, and I am presenting the Lax Creek Ventures LLC conditional use permit for you today. The proposed project is, is mistyped up there. I apologize. It's a conditional use permit for 17,380 square feet of existing cannabis cultivation. Details of the project, 2,880 square feet of that is mixed light, 14,500 square feet is outdoor cultivation. Drying and processing occurs on site within a 1,500 square foot shop building. Up to 5 employees may be on site during peak operations. Power is currently provided by 3 generators. However, the applicant is proposing to transition to solar and wind energy by 2026, with plans to install a solar array atop the existing shed and a windmill proposed in the front of the shop building. Water resources, irrigation water is sourced from a rainwater catchment system utilizing a 50,000 gallon pond on site and 21,000 gallons of hard-sided tanks. The annual water use totals 80,000 gallons per estimates from the applicant, which is 4.6 gallons per square feet. An additional 120,000 gallons of water storage, that'd be 25 new 4,800 gallon water storage tanks is proposed. And those tanks will be designed to also perform rain capture, increasing rain capture on site. The nearest NSO positive siting is located approximately 0.2 miles from the cultivation area, with the nearest NSO activities center located approximately 0.49 miles away. Noise levels were taken on site with a sound meter to assess 2 generators, which was found to be below 50 decibel threshold at 100 feet or edge of suitable habitat, which was established by CDFW. Timber conversion occurred on site in 2010, 2012, 2016, and 2018. All the timber conversion on site was performed in congruence with the less than 3 acre conversion, which was issued by CAL FIRE in May of 2016. And of course, standard noise and light attenuation measures are included as recommended conditions of approval for this project. Access to the site is via Blair Road, which traverses the southern portion of the site from Stover Road, both county maintained. I'd like to point that out. Blair Road is Blair Road is included on the list of county maintained roads that meet or are equivalent to road category 4 standards for cannabis projects. And lastly, I have for you is this image of the site plan denoting the location of existing outdoor cultivation occurring in the center there, with the existing mixed light canopy off to the left. And that concludes my presentation. I'll hand it back over to you, commissioners.
All right. Any questions for Max while we have him here? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Max. I will open this up for public comment then. And is there anybody who wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, bring it back to the commission. Somebody pulled this. I'm not sure who it was, but.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and speak because it was I who pulled this for consideration. And in part, one of my concerns that I had has been answered. I actually missed it in the staff report. I wasn't clear that the applicant had committed to transitioning away from generators by 2026, which has become essentially the standard condition that we as a commission have been imposing on cannabis applicants. But what added to my concern in this particular staff report was the fact that it's not just an outdoor cultivation, it's proposing a certain area of mixed light, which is more energy intensive. And the fact is, it is depending on generators to power that mixed light. And I was struck by the fact that CDFW in their recommendation, especially given the proximity of this project site to historic northern spotted owl areas or habitat, CDFW was recommending that we do not permit the mixed light portion, but that we only permit this as outdoor, given the dependence on generators. And I thought that was something that we ought to at least consider. So that's what I wanted to put before us for discussion, is are we comfortable having the mixed light portion of this be powered by generators for the next 4 or 5 years?
Okay. Thoughts on that?
Is there a place, Chair? I'm sorry. Is there a place in the report on the recommendations about the decibel levels and all of that? I'm asking for staff where to look.
In regard to in the conditions of approval?
Yes, regarding the spotted owl and that possibility there, and why CDFW is recommending to not have the mixed light.
Condition of approval 16 and 17 is the noise and light attenuation measure. That were included in there's a biological assessment that was prepared, and the recommendation was assuming presence and adding noise and light attenuation measures that were consistent with noise and light attenuation measures we typically see CDFW recommend.
So even with these recommendations, it was not taken back to CDFW. Is that my understanding then?
I did provide a response to CDFW. That's the final 2 pages of the staff report in attachment 4. CDFW acknowledged response of the comments and asked when they would need to respond prior to this hearing. And I let them know that if they had any further comments, so we could hash it out before the hearing, and no further communication was received.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thomas, you have your hand up.
So when I was hearing the staff report, I don't necessarily have concerns about the generator, because if I heard the staff report correctly, it said CDFW verified that the generators existing are less than the 50 decibel threshold, which is considered the disturbance level, or above 50 decibels is considered the disturbance level on NSO. So if I heard the staff report correctly, I don't have any concerns.
Okay. Melanie, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. I saw that the Dark Sky Association guidelines would need to be followed. And I was wondering what we were doing in the county towards enforcement of dark sky. I know most monitoring and enforcement is complaint-based, but it wouldn't be very costly to monitor for dark sky. And so I'm wondering if the county's considered doing some of this monitoring at night.
The short answer to that is yes. We are putting together a program to really proactively go out and search for violations of the dark sky standards. We do recognize that it is an absolute problem right now, and we want to turn the corner on that. So our post-approval monitoring team and our code enforcement team will be collaborating to really address that in the spring.
Oh, that's really wonderful news. Thank you. And what would be the, I guess, the schedule for that? Have you gotten to that point yet? How often?
Well, so what we're going to basically do is have people going out on regular rotations, basically working at night to go out and identify sites that are blazing, and then identify whether or not they're legal cultivation sites within the permitted system or whether they're illegal sites. If they're illegal sites, obviously that's a code enforcement matter. If they're legal sites, we will address it as part of the monitoring of the permit and give them a certain amount of time to correct that. And then we will continue to monitor, because we do know that there is some kind of repeat behavior associated with not covering the greenhouses.
Oh, okay, I see. So that I was thinking remote imagery, but you're not considering.
We have been looking at that. There are some challenges being able to get there because right now the satellites basically fly over during the day. We would be buying at that point a different set of images, and then we would need to geo-rectify those because we would have no frame of reference when it's dark other than dots of light. We have not quite figured out a good way to make that work yet, but we are considering that. We are looking at that.
Okay, great. Yes, thank you.
Thomas, you have your hand back up.
You had your hand up before me. I've been talking.
I'd like to follow up on Melanie's point. I've been talking to the director ongoing about this issue, and I'd make a suggestion that the county reaches out to either CDFW because they have a helicopter, or the county sheriff's department because they have access to a helicopter through a joint counties something. I don't know what the name of the group is, and do early morning flights. I've tried to put one together, but I can't find a private plane to take the director on because this is a huge issue. I brought pictures this morning that I took of multiple sites and showed them to the director. It's just not being policed, and it's not that hard to do. I mean, with the technology we have today with GPS and such, you know exactly where you're at and where these are. So it can be done. There has to be a will to go and do it though. So we're going to have to step that up. I think it's something that we should mandate that comes back to us. If we're demanding that be done, then we should be getting follow up on it. I think that's something we're going to have to do in the future as a commission. So
I agree with that.
Thomas, go ahead.
So I haven't seen anything in the staff report or any of the correspondence that showed this site had any past not following the dark sky rules. And if I missed it, I want to be pointed out. I want to get back to the project at hand. I agree. I don't see verified concerns about the generator use because the decibel limit or decibel test is below the threshold that's considered a disturbance to NSO. And I haven't seen anything that shows that this project has not followed the dark sky. And they must, the only last thing is they must do some dry farming or something like that, because I just seen it's the 4.6 gallons per square foot. That's really the only one, but they probably do some sort of dry farming there. So I think all the conditions of approval mitigate all the concerns.
All right. Any other questions, or thoughts, or would anybody like to make a motion on this one?
Yes, Chairman.
Go ahead, Mike.
So I'd like to adopt the resolution to find that the commission has considered the addendum to the adopted mitigated negative declaration for the CMM LUO pursuant to section 15164 of the state secret guidelines and make all the required findings for approval of the conditional use permit and approve Lax Creek Ventures LLC project as recommended by staff, subject to the recommended conditions.
I'll second.
Before we make that motion, did I have public comment on this one? They all kind of run together. There was nobody. Okay, I did do it. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't.
You did do it. There was nobody.
There was nobody. They kind of run together. Apologize. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Seeing none. Susanna, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Bongio,
Yes.
Commissioner Levy,
Yes.
Commissioner McCaver,
Yes.
Commissioner Mulder,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Motion carries unanimous. All right. So that brings us on to item number 8, which is Enchanted Earth LLC conditional use permit in the Willow Creek area. I'll take a staff report, please. Sorry about that, putting you on the spot. No.
If somebody's talking, we can't hear.
Megan, you have to.
My apologies.
There you go.
Okay, let's try this again. Okay, good evening, commissioners. My name is Megan Acevedo, and I'm the planner for Enchanted Earth LLC. Enchanted Earth is applying for 2 conditional use permits and 2 special permits and is located in the Willow Creek Community Planning Area. Sorry about that. Here is an aerial image of Enchanted Earth's location in proximity to Willow Creek. The project site is located south of Willow Creek off of Enchanted Springs Lane. Enchanted Springs Lane is a non-county maintained road off of Highway 299. Enchanted Springs Lane is developed to the equivalent of a Category 4 road standard and has been determined to meet the functional capacity needs for the project. The applicant is applying for a conditional use permit to approve 2,995 square feet of pre-existing outdoor cultivation and 300 square feet of full sun outdoor ancillary propagation within the Willow Creek Community Planning Area. Water is sourced from the Willow Creek Community Services District, and the applicant has obtained a will serve letter allowing the continued use of up to 194,493 gallons per year for domestic and agricultural purposes. Annual water usage is estimated at 78,000 gallons per year. Power is sourced by PG&E, and the applicant is conditioned to supply all power for the project by renewable sources or purchase carbon offset credits. The site is owner operated and processing will occur within the residence. Cultivation areas are shown in green in the site plan, and immature plant area is shown in yellow. The applicant is applying for an additional conditional use permit to allow open air cultivation activities within 600 feet of neighboring residences. The project is located in a neighborhood where 2 approved cannabis projects exist and 2 open cannabis applications exist. The application was noticed to all neighbors within 1,000 feet of the project. Cultivation areas are also within 300 feet of 5 neighboring residences, and the applicant has obtained letters from all 5 neighbors allowing a waiver of the 300-foot setback. The applicant is applying for a special permit in order to allow a setback reduction to public lands, the Six Rivers National Forest. Here is an image from the Humboldt County WebGIS showing the proposed cultivation area approximately 165 feet to the Six Rivers National Forest boundary. The project is consistent with recreational use on public lands as the project is not located near developed campgrounds, trails, or other related facilities. The applicant is applying for an additional special permit to allow up to 3,000 square feet of cultivation on a parcel between 1 and 5 acres. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission find the project consistent with the environmental impact report adopted for the CCLUO, make all required findings for approval of the conditional use permits and special permits, and adopt the resolution approving the conditional use permits and special permits for Enchanted Springs LLC, and subject to the recommended conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation, and myself and staff are available for questions.
All right. Any questions for Megan while we have her here? Seeing none, I'm going to open this up for public comment since it was public who pulled this one. And the first one is Edgar Dugan. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Baggio. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is E.B. Dugan. I live at 211 Roy Lane, and I live at the historical Trinity River end of Enchanted Springs Road, next to Schoolhouse Creek, which flows from uphill of the river through this neighborhood. On February 18th, 2020, I filed a complaint for Darlene M. Tonkin and Gilbert S. Tonkin, which are my daughter and son-in-law, on Enchanted Farms, LLC, record number PLN 2019-160969. There are 7 of these. This permit, APN 524-201-032. For no CEQA, there are 7 items. For the runoff of the creek and the historical Enchanted Springs, of which there are 7. This permit was passed with false testimony by the testifying engineer. Due to technical difficulties, I was unable to testify at the renewing of this permit, and it was passed again without any investigation into the effects to the historical Enchanted Springs or Schoolhouse Creek, which qualifies for a Class 1 creek as it has fish in it, and in the summertime, when the water is low, has California Pacific salamanders spawn in it. With the 2 permits already approved and this permit, plus the 2 permits waiting for approval, this will be totaling somewhere over 18,000 square foot and saturating the neighborhood. What will be the accumulated effect be to these water sources and the Trinity River? An EIR should be completed before any other permits are approved, and there should be no waiver.
30 seconds.
600, huh?
You have 30 seconds left.
Oh, no wavering of the 600 feet over there. This will saturate the neighborhood of small family cannabis farms. With no thought of containment to the Trinity, contamination to the Trinity River and aforementioned water sources drained. We spent 2 years making these regulations and everything, and it seems like we continue to just waive them. So why did we make the regulations? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Public 3116.
Hi, thanks for Yeah, hi. My name is Shannon. I'm a local community member out here in Willow Creek. And I guess I just kind of want to use some of the language that Ed Dugan just used. These are small family farms. This is exactly the kind of culture that we want to promote here in Willow Creek. You can see by the staff report that all of the requirements are met. And I think that this project should receive the same treatment as the other projects that have already been approved. And I don't feel that this should be held up in any way. Again, this is the kind of project that we want Humboldt County to be passing. Small family farms. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Public 5375.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. My name is Lindsay Jones. I'm also a cannabis farmer, owner operator of Aloha Humboldt, and member of the community. And I would just like to speak on behalf of Katie and Clinton in this project. And these are outstanding members, very involved in our community. And I just wanted to remind everyone that we are talking about a 3,000 square foot farm. And to answer the question of how will this farm affect the Trinity River? Well, small farms that are operating in an organic, sustainable fashion actually recharge water into the land and benefit our watersheds. So I would just like to pose the question, if this is a tomato farm, would we be having this discussion? No. These people are on municipal water. They use organic practices. They're members of the community, and the small family farm is the culture that we'd like to promote and sustain. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next caller, Natalie DeLapp.
Good evening, supervisors. Natalie DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. Also here to speak in support of Katie Strauss of Enchanted Springs. Katie is a longtime member of the organization, and I've been talking to her about her permit for years. 2,995 square feet, less than 3,000 square feet, has taken 5 years to permit. 2 CUPs and a special permit. Like, we just need to let that sink in for just a tiny bit of minutes. This is a teeny tiny cannabis operation. The family has lived on this property since 2005. This is pre-existing cultivation. And as stated, her project is served through the Willow Creek Community Water District. Water quality is protected. Every single agency is going to be breathing down the Strauss family's neck for as long as the cannabis is permitted here. And this is a good project. She first signed up under the CMMLUO, had to get moved into the CCLUO. And this is the type of project that should have been in with the less than 2,000 square foot streamlined approach. But anyway, this project has been thoroughly reviewed. It needs to be approved. And thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Public 2223.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes. Good evening. Craig Johnson. And I would just say sun-grown for the win. Let's just rubber stamp this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mariana Vulgaris.
Hi, I was just calling in. I'm a neighbor and also a cultivator here. We have gone far beyond our ways to provide organic measures and make sure everything is sustainable and are coming together as a community. We are small farmers with our families who live here. We didn't come here to just grow. We are living here and love our land and love our community. And I just want to, remind everybody that these are really small farms. We have not implementing anything on the land or the water. Thank you.
Thank you. Public 1432, please. *6, unmute. There you go.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Samantha Phillips, owner and operator of Mojo Mountain. And I'm just here to echo my community's beliefs that this should just be rubber stamps ready to go. I know Katie very well at Enchanted Farms, and she's good people. Their family lives there. They're homesteaders. Please pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Doja Gold.
Yes, hello. I would like to speak in favor of approving the project for Katie and Clinton here. I would like to just to inform everybody, it's very important that you know that Katie and Clinton are pillars of the Willow Creek community. I've personally, as a neighbor, I've seen their operation, and they do it right. They care about the community, they care about the environment, and they care about their kids. Their practices would not do anything to harm their own children who live on site at the residence there, or anyone else's children for that matter. And I speak in favor because I also have children there as well, and we our kids are friends, to be honest with you, and they enjoy spending time over at their house. And I wouldn't send my kids anywhere where there was going to be any kind of unsafe practices. So I just want to let everyone know that Katie and Clinton, they do a wonderful job, and these are the kinds of individuals who, if anyone is to be approved for a permit, it's individuals such as them. And so I recommend that the council approve their project with no further delay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
9072, please. Star 6 to unmute.
Hello, folks. This is Riley Morrison, Willow Creek community member, and I just wanted to echo the support from the other community members that this project should be stamped and approved. And Katie and Clint are fantastic members of this community and have really enjoyed seeing their family grow in this space. So yeah, please pass this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other public comment that wish to speak on this? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the commission. And Noah, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think this is a really good project. It's depending on PG&E and city water, and clearly has the support of the majority of the community around it. So I would like to make a motion to approve it if I don't see any commissioners wanting to discuss it further. Should I go ahead?
Yep, go ahead.
Go ahead with it.
Yep, do it.
Okay, then I will move that the commission has considered the addendum to the adopted EIR for the CCLUO as described in section 15164 of the state CEQA guidelines, make all of the required findings for approval of the CUP and special permits, and approve the Enchanted Earth LLC CUPs and special permits as recommended by staff, subject to the recommended conditions.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Noah and Melanie. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Laura, roll call vote, please.
Noah Levy.
Yes.
Thomas Mulder.
Yes.
Mike Newman.
Yes.
Melanie McCaver.
Yes.
Alan Bongio.
Yes. Thank you, Laura. Motion carries unanimous. All right, let's see if we can't get one more done, and then we will take a break after that. And the last item that was pulled from consent is item number 12, brought at the Bluff Farm Stay Conditional Use Permit and Coastal Development Permit Modification in the Ferndale area. We'll take a staff report, please.
Yeah, good evening, commissioners. Let me share my screen here. All right, can everyone see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is the Broat at the Bluff Farm Stay Conditional Use Permit and Coastal Development Permit Modification, PLN-2021-17197. I believe there was a supplemental information memo that was submitted for this project as well. And previously in 2020, a special permit and coastal development permit application was approved to establish a seasonal wedding and event venue operating between May 1st and October 31st as a supplemental and temporary use to the existing agricultural operations. The event venue allows for up to 350 guests and 200 vehicles parked on site per event. The previously approved project was PLN-2018-14105, and it will be modified to allow a farm stay to operate within the existing farmhouse on site and to allow guests to tour on-site facilities used for events. So the property is located at 548 Church Lane in Ferndale. The present plan designation is agricultural exclusive prime and non-prime lands, or AE, along with agriculture general, AG. The present zoning is agricultural exclusive AE-60. The property is primarily used on a seasonal basis for the production and harvest of silage to support dairy activities on nearby ranches. During the off-season, when silage is not produced, a barn on the site is utilized as the event venue for weddings, funerals, birthday party events. Only the farm stay guests will be served food from the kitchen located within the existing farmhouse and from the event venue as necessary. The farm stay proposes to use 4 bedrooms for guests, averaging 1 to 3 days per visitation for a maximum of 8 guests at one time. The owner-operator resides year-round on the premises. No new development is proposed at this time. A total of 6 written public comments have been received. 5 are in support and 1 is in opposition to the approval of this project. Planning staff has found that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA review, and the applicant has submitted evidence in support of making all the required findings for approving the proposed farm stay, conditional use permit, and modification of a coastal development permit. That concludes my presentation. I can take any questions.
Any questions for? All right, seeing none, I will open up the public comment. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on this project? Public 2853, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for your time. It appears that they're applying for a permit for something they've been doing illegally for years. The conditions of approval stated number 22, that a permit is required prior to implementation of a new use. And number 23, vacation rentals are not permitted on this parcel. Use in this manner shall be grounds for permanent revocation of the use permit. Yet they have continued and have been continuing renting the property. Nothing's happened, no enforcement. It's a blatant disregard for the conditions of approval. They're unable to control the actions of their guests. We have documented photos of people climbing fences on Church Lane properties, loose dog in the fields, chasing livestock, groups of people walking up and down, looking at homes and farms on Church Lane. It's an invasion of privacy. There are rarely any livestock and no dairy at the overnight stay at the Bluffs. The only dairy and livestock are on the neighbor's property. So why don't guests stay at the Broats Dairy or in Ferndale? It seems the Broats just keep expanding their vacation and party center in this rural farming community to the detriment and well-being and privacy of their neighbors. They seem to be able to continue unimpeded with their plans. I hope the commissioners take into account these issues and concerns before making decisions, as they've showed a history of not following any of the guidelines and do what they want. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller is Rick Nicholson.
Yes, thank you. I am also a neighbor on Church Lane. I submitted written comments after it came out. I would like to address something on the staff with Leone. When I attempted to call her at Land Logistics, her voicemail was full and could not leave a message. Part of her report also said no negative comments were received. Well, this public hearing is the first that we have received an opportunity to comment on it. Also, this vacation rental, if you look at my submission, has been going ever since the wedding venue was underway. It started right after the wedding venue and has continued unabated. It was functioning as late as early this week. There was people staying there. My wife and I have almost been hit multiple times. on Church Lane by guests not paying attention. I too have had people trespassing in my fields, dogs chasing my cattle, which are my livelihood, and it seems like the concerns go unrecognized. I believe this farm stay is just an end around of changing the verbiage from a vacation rental to a farm stay to bypass the Coastal Commission and the zoning and also the Planning Commission's conditions of use for the wedding venue. The wedding venue has gone on multiple times. Their own calendar they put on, your commission put restrictions of 12 events per year. Their own calendar put more than 12 events last year that they advertised. It's just an issue and a blatant disregard of the zoning and what the conditions of approval were for their wedding venue. I would like to see it discontinued immediately. This is nothing against the Broats. I like the Broat family. We get along with the Broat family. This is not personal, but this is a quality of life. And all these issues were raised during the wedding venue, and it's just exacerbated now that this vacation rental has gone on year round. So thank you very much. It does, I am in the livestock and dairy business also, so I understand what they are going through with financial, with the markets not being what they are. I too am subject to those same markets, but this is detrimental to my livelihood as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment. Oh, well, okay. They just popped up right when Catherine Zemer.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Catherine Zemer, and I'm with the Humboldt County Farm Bureau. We'd like to encourage the Planning Commission to approve the Broat at the Bluff Farm Stay. The opportunity to allow a farm stay option for agricultural landowners is a great benefit to the Humboldt County agricultural community. Agricultural producers need a creative, diverse option to keep their land in open space and continue productive agriculture. Farm stays actually protect our farmland. They give us positive income to the existing businesses without increasing a larger footprint. Other landowners are considering this positive option. Even some of the opponents who question this application are considering this as an option for their agricultural operation. This is a low impact, positive solution to diversify agricultural business, and it's good for Humboldt County and it's good for our landowners, and I encourage you to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, Jack Rice.
Good evening, commissioners. It's Jack Rice. I live here in the Ferndale Valley, and I'm a board member for the Humboldt Prosperity Alliance. I want to comment in support of Broat at the Bluff Farm Stay. Really kind of reinforce much of what Mrs. Zemer described. That farm stays, these are a great opportunity for our community, not just the economics of it, but also really to share the beauty of the North Coast and increase understanding to the public and visitors about what makes our part of California special. And throughout the state, really, you're seeing farm stays as a form of agritourism. And really, agritourism is a chance for farming and ranching families to adapt to changing times, diversify their operations. And it's also giving the public a chance to learn more about agriculture, where their food comes from. Farming and ranching, it's very dynamic. Changes, you've seen it here in the county. It's always adapting and changing. For some families, agritourism like this, farm stays are just part of what farming or ranching in the 21st century is. And I think that they can be an important part of our community's future. And not just because of that, you know, the revenue for the farming operation, though as Mrs. Zemer pointed out, that's really important to keeping our agriculture active, but also because people want to see where their food comes from and what agriculture does and how it works. And this is a great chance to do that. We have such a great story here in Humboldt. One last thing is that approving this item, the Broat at the Bluff Farm Stay, the commission can really help ensure that there's some clarity for farmers and ranchers and maybe others as they go about this process. I'm not aware of any ordinance about farm stays or even the vacation rentals or something else, regulating what people can or can't do. And this just creates a lot of uncertainty. Approving this project will help people begin to understand like what's expected, what's required. So with that, I just encourage you to approve this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, public 7550. Unmute yourself, *6. 7550. Okay, move on to the next one, public 3017. Oh, wait, now they got,
Hello?
yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm happy to be here tonight. My name is Merritt Broad. My family and I are seeking a conditional use permit for the Broad at the Bluff Farm Stay before you this evening. We would like to thank John Ford and the Planning Commission staff for helping us navigate through this process to help us apply for our farm stay permit. There are 6 generations of dairy farmers in our family, if you count all the future tractor drivers, ages 5 on down. And we all work together as a family and have learned from my parents to be good stewards of the land, make the best of opportunities and strive to make things better. While we love what we do, we also know we need to continually work to be environmentally and economically sustainable. As you already know, in the 80s, or as you may know, in the 80s, there were over 220 dairies in Humboldt County. Today, there are less than 60. Those of us who remain recognize the need to adapt and diversify so we can pass on a viable future to our kids and the next generation. For our family, and importantly of adapting this, is our farm stay and dairy tour. We feel agritourism is one of the ways to keep on doing what we love and is a way of the future. If you look up many agriculture counties in the state, they're literally popping up everywhere and hosting farm stays. We have fully restored our 1852 farmhouse for the lodging aspect, as you can see in the photos. The lodging aspect, and our guests will be greeted with a variety of local cheeses as well as a variety of milk products. The dairy tour features a modern, state-of-the-art pasture-based dairy with soon-to-be installed robotic milking stations will be up and running by the end of March 2022. We get all of our feed from the Church Lane Ranch, and in the fall, the heifers come to graze in the winter. We were also recently awarded an AMP grant that my son Colton applied for. This project aims to reduce methane and is an important part of the tour. We've had the joy of educating folks on positive aspects of our industry and learned the day-to-day tasks of what it takes to keep everything running smoothly and what we do to keep our cows and young stock healthy. As a dairy producer, it is so exciting to see the look on people's faces when they see a calf being born or feed a calf a bottle of milk for the first time. It's also cool when folks say, so these are happy cows from California that are on that TV commercial. And yes, they are. Our area is special in that our cows pasture on green grass almost year round. The Farm Stand Dairy Tour not only provides us opportunity to diversify our business, it also provides our visitors the opportunity to see where their food comes from. They also get to visit the beautiful Redwood, the zoo, eat at our wonderful restaurants, and it also boosts the county tourism tax. As they learn about our farms, these visitors will become ambassadors, not only for the dairies in our community, but also for the beautiful valley we call home. Thank you so much for listening. We have poured a lot of ourselves into this project for 2 years and really believe it will be an asset for our community while also giving people a beautiful place to visit and the opportunity to learn about organic dairy farming. And also, in closing, there's been a lot of uncertainty about what we need to do or how to do it. So we are going through this process and have had help from the county since the beginning to get where we are here today. We are trying to fix this and get our permit and set a precedent for the others that are already operating. We have made decisions based on uncertainty and not intentional. If we have made any errors, we are trying to fix that now with the county's help and are excited to be the first application for a farm stay in Humboldt County. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller is public 3017. *7. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, turn it up. Hello?
Yes. Hello. *6 to unmute. Are you still there? 3017, *6 to unmute, please. All right. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment and bring us back to the commission. Nope, they were after the buzzer. Okay, Thomas, you had your hand up, then Melanie.
So I was just looking in here. I heard one of the public comments talking about people walking on Church Lane, but going through here, it looks like Church Lane is a county road. And it looks like the applicants, if I'm following this right, paid half of the cost of paving that county road. And then lastly, one of my daughter's good friends got married here last year, and I went to the event. And when the event was there, they had plastic speed bumps all the way, segregated out so people couldn't drive fast. That was just my personal experience when I went there. Then that's it.
Thank you, Thomas. Melanie, next.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I just have some comments. I fully support this project. I think these types of projects are really important for our county. If you look at statistics, farm stays have risen almost 50% just in the last few years, and look like they'll go up another 20 in the next few years. I think the benefits are not only economic, but also connects people more to where their food comes from. And not only that, but it also increases the chances that our local farmers will stay organic, pastured, grass-fed, all of those things that a lot of people are looking for. I think I read that only 13% of the average farmer's income is going to come from the traditional revenue sources. So I think it's really important to support these projects for the county. And I think we're in a really great position to take advantage of the interest in these stays. And I'm willing to make a motion.
Okay, we got a couple other hands up, so I'll come back to you for that. Mm-hmm. Mike Newman, go ahead, and then Noah.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I had a question for staff based on what I was hearing a little bit with some of the testimony. One of my questions that came up was, what's the difference between a farm stay and a vacation rental?
I'll go ahead and tackle that. Functionally, they're very, very similar. The primary difference is that a farm stay, as has been stated repeatedly, allows people to experience agricultural life, experience what it is to live in a very rural environment on a farm. In this particular case, they give glimpses into the dairy business, so people get to come and see what it's like to milk cows. I didn't realize that people were seeing calves being born. That's part of what goes on there. So whereas a vacation rental is just turning a basic home into a transient occupancy unit, this really has the intent of not only providing people a place to go and visit, experience the local environment, but experience life on a farm.
Does it also mean then a farm stay is with the owners on the property because of the working farm? Is that what is part of that as well?
It can, and that is how this is conditioned.
And that was going to be part number 2 of my question, because I'm looking at the published attachment 1, number 9, saying the property, and I'm trying to then coalesce with the extra supplemental that we got, and I don't find it in the supplemental at all. There's parts of those recommendations in the supplemental, but I didn't see that at all in the supplemental. So I was wondering if condition 9, the property owner shall reside on site during overnight stays, no consistent.
If you were to look at
previous-
new condition number 8, it's the last sentence in that condition.
Okay, good. All right. That's why it was hard to find, because I couldn't find 9 in the strikeouts there. Thank you.
Sorry, we tried to give full transparency and give it red line strikeout and.
Right, we could, yeah, I couldn't find the strikeout 9, so I was going, where to go? Thank you.
Noah, you're up.
Okay, thank you. Well, I certainly like the sound and the concept of this project for reasons that have already been explained. But I do have a couple of questions which are giving me a little bit of concern as we consider approving it. One is that according to a couple of the letters that I read and at least one of the callers tonight, it seems that this property has already been engaged in hosting farm stays or vacation rentals. I'm not entirely sure which it was, but there was a letter that showed the record of their Airbnb rentals and so forth. And I just wanted to be clear about, was that done in violation of the existing permit for the wedding events? And then second question, I'll just add it as well. The letter from Melissa Kramer of the Coastal Commission raised a couple of questions that I thought were pretty important. Although I'm not entirely sure if they're fully germane to this at this project, she was commenting on how the previous previous permit on this property for the wedding events did require us to receive annual monitoring reports for the first several years. And I just wanted to ask the staff if that took place and and so basically my question is, in short, has this property been in compliance with the previous permit with respect to both the monitoring reports and the hosting of farm stays?
So the property has been being leased out as a farm stay. And when they were notified that that was a violation, agreed to stop new bookings. But as is normal process for the county, we don't require people to cancel because that really does punish the people who have made reservations and are coming. In terms of the reporting is late, and conversations with the applicant that really had to do probably with the thing we've all been struggling with over the last year, the pandemic and the struggle with that. They are aware that that needs to be brought into conformance, and the annual report does need to be submitted.
Okay, thank you for your responses.
Is there anybody else that wants to comment on this? I just want to make one comment. I think the Brats ought to make the people that stay there do the 4 o'clock in the morning milking, and they get the real experience of being on a dairy farm. So anyhow, I'll leave it at that. And I think Melanie, you had said you wanted to make a motion on this, so I'll give you the opportunity.
Oh, sure, thank you. In that case, I'd like to motion that we adopt the resolution to find the project subject to a categorical exemption, make all of the required findings for approval of the modification of a coastal development permit and conditional use permit based on evidence in the staff report, and approve the Broad Farm Stay project subject to the recommended conditions.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mike, any further discussion? Seeing none. Laura, roll call vote, please.
Alan Bongio,
Yes.
Noah Levy,
Yes.
Melanie McCaver,
Yes.
Thomas Smolder,
Yes.
Mike Newman,
Yes.
Thank you, Laura. Motion carries unanimous. Thanks, everyone. We got through the consent agenda. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to get into the new projects. So 5 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. And we are now going to start the public hearings. And the first one is Conklin Creek Farms Incorporated in the Petroleum area. And I will take a staff report, please.
Thank you, Chair Bongio. Please confirm that you can see my title slide in single frame.
Yes.
Thank you. Before beginning, I just want to note that this project was originally scheduled for the December 16th zoning administrator, but was rescheduled to the Planning Commission at the request of a member of the public. The project is located in the Petroleum area and takes its access off of Conklin Creek Road at this point here. The legal parcel is comprised of 4 separate tax parcels. The cannabis project is located along the interior road in the areas indicated by the laser pointer. The historic and current uses of the property include grazing, a vineyard, and winery. And the property is zoned U unclassified with a land use designation of AG agricultural grazing. The project consists of 5 entitlements, a special permit for 1 acre of new mixed light cultivation with a 10% accessory nursery, and 4 zoning clearance certificates. The first certificate is for 5,000 square feet of indoor cultivation, also with a 10% accessory nursery. The second certificate is for 23,500 square feet of enclosed wholesale nursery. The third certificate is for offsite processing, and the fourth certificate is for distribution. The water for the project is sourced exclusively from rainwater catchment. The 655,000 gallon annual water budget comes out to about 8.3 gallons per square foot per year across all of the entitlements. A specific water budget breakdown across the separate entitlements appears on page 3 of the staff report. Water storage is proposed to take place in a proposed 2.6 million gallon rainwater catchment pond. Power from the project will be supplied by PG&E through a qualified renewable energy program, as well as augmented by on-site solar. There is also a generator associated with the project, but the project is conditioned that the generator will be used for emergencies only. The cultural survey for the project found 2 isolates in separate locations, and tribal consultation resulted in 2 recommendations, one for monitoring during ground disturbance, and the second, the standard inadvertent discovery protocol. Both recommendations have been incorporated into the project conditions. The project area also includes several streamside management areas, as well as 2 permitted legal nonconforming structures regarding SMAs. Therefore, staff has added a condition to the project that the streamside management areas boundaries be flagged by a qualified professional prior to construction to ensure protection of the resource. This is an excerpt of the plot plan. And as we can observe, we have a streamside management area really close to one of the buildings. And so that's why we have the condition I mentioned a moment ago. In this area, we have buildings A and B. These are the 2 permitted legal non-conforming structures that are within the SMA. This golden cross-hatched area depicts the streamside management area on the plot plan. Staff analysis concluded that the cannabis uses that will substitute into these buildings for the winery uses that are taking place there will not increase their nonconformity. Therefore, a special permit under Humboldt County Code 314-132 or the Streamside Management Area Ordinance is not required. The project received one public comment in response to the public notice. It was a phone call, and that respondent felt that the 10% allowance for accessory nursery was too high. Staff recommendation is for the commission to consider the addendum to the EIR for the CCLUO, to make all of the required findings for approval of the special permit and the zoning clearance certificates, and adopt the resolution approving the Conklin Creek Farms special permit and zoning clearance certificates. That concludes my presentation. I will release the screen share and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Stephen. Does anybody have questions for Stephen? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open up the public comment then. Thank you, Stephen. Is there anybody from the public that wishes to comment on this project? Beth, go ahead. *6. Go ahead, Beth.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I was muted. My name is Beth Sanders. I'm a member of the Petroleum community. I've seen this land lay empty and fallow for many years. And now I see it's being improved and lived in, and there's a residence. I'm in full support of this project. I feel like it's a great asset to the community. And again, my name is Beth, and please approve this. I think it's going to be a wonderful asset for Petroleum. Thank you. Bye.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this item? Kate Sensi.
Hi, yes, thank you, commissioners. I just wanted to also echo what Beth said, that this used to be a winery and it's not been used for several years. And it's great that now there's this use that's proposing to use the same infrastructure. The community processing center will definitely be a benefit for the community, the farms around here, because that's been a big hurdle for a lot of farmers of how they are processing their cannabis. Yeah, so I just wanted to offer my support. I'm stoked that it's a local company that has come into this place. And as far as I know, they're also intending on keeping a bunch of the grapes there to keep that agriculture going as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that wishes to speak on this? I was going to let them speak with us when we bring it back. Okay, so I'm going to close public comment, bring us back to the commission, and I see Praj White has his hand up, so I'll let him go, and then Noah, I see your hand up as well. Go ahead, Praj.
All right, Chair and Commission, can you all hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, I'm very excited that this project has made it before you this evening. As you heard, it was scheduled for zoning administrator about 2 months ago. Steven Santos was a pleasure to work with and very detail oriented and gave you a great presentation of this project this evening. I just wanted to touch in on a couple of high points that really this is an existing commercial agricultural operation. It is going to continue as a vineyard, a winery, or has the potential to continue as the vineyard, and it's also running cattle. It's an exciting project to see. The majority of the cannabis improvements are going to happen in an existing disturbed area where there is already a vineyard and extensive agricultural use. The project is served by a paved Class 4 road with yellow stripe and adequate width to the driveway. The project is based on rain collection entirely. We did a complete analysis working on the rainfall based on 2013's drought year. And even in the driest year on record that we have, the project has demonstrated that we'll be able to collect all the necessary rainwater for the project. There is currently a 200 amp service and a 400 amp electrical service. We're dealing with an application with PG&E for power upgrades, and we have also identified approximately a half acre of solar to be placed on the property. I walked the property personally with Fish and Wildlife. We conducted a full biological and botanical surveys. There's been cultural resource study as identified, and just very excited to go through this. I'm here to answer any questions. And actually, one more comment with regards to the 10% nursery. You know, this applicant has lots of experience in the cannabis industry and is putting forward a project that will support their continued function and efficiency here. And I believe we're well within the limits of the ordinance and the guidance here. I'm available for any further questions, and I thank you all for your service.
Well, we have Praj here. Does anybody have a question for Praj? And then we'll get to you, Noah. I know you've had your hand up.
Might be for Praj.
Is your question for Praj? Go ahead.
Well, it actually is for Praj since he's on the phone. I was just curious about and a little confused by the discussion in the staff report concerning water storage. I understand that there's a proposed 2.6 million gallon rainwater catchment pond, but the applicant is also, according to the report, the applicant is also proposing to temporarily install 500,000 gallons of rain catchment water tanks while the pond engineering is being developed, I guess. And then it says a couple sentences later, if for any reason construction of the pond does not occur, the water tanks will remain on an ongoing basis. Long-term water storage will occur either in the pond or tanks, but not both. So I just wondered if, Praj, could you give a little clarity to, will there be a pond, or are we going to be using tanks, or that seems like a lot of temporary storage.
Thank you for that question, Noah. The answer is that we had looked at this whole area where the pond and the tanks are identified and the solar area. And given the timing of approval and where we get, why we wanted the option that building a pond there may be difficult seasonally, and we may want the owners to have the opportunity to get tanks out there and collect rain, should that be the direction here. So as we look to get approved, we thought we were coming through maybe 3 or 4 months ago, and that would have staged an opportunity to deal with the pond. And as we go forward, we ultimately will not have both tanks and pond as described. We were just trying to create an opportunity to manage the ever aging time clock going and seasonal approach to being able to work on the site. So the tanks are an alternative if the season doesn't allow us to build a pond.
Okay, thank you.
Mike Newman, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have a question for Praj, so if there's any other commissioners that have a question.
I don't see any other hands up, so just go ahead, Mike. Thank you, Praj.
So my question is just procedural here with the two of you there. It seems like I'm hearing a big echo, and I'm not sure what the public's hearing when both of you have your mics open. You might just consider, if Noah's speaking, to mute yours, Alan.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying is.
Thank you. I didn't know.
Echo.
Thanks. Sorry about that. We didn't know, so we thought we fixed it at the beginning of the meeting. All right.
I don't know if I'm the only one hearing that or not, but.
No. Okay. I'll shut off when you speak. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Well, where do we want to go with this one?
I'm willing to make a motion.
Okay. I am doing it.
Thank you, Chair. I will move that we find that the commission has considered the addendum to the adopted EIR for the CCLUO as described by section 15164 of the state CEQA guidelines. Make all the required findings for approval of the special permit and zoning clearance certificates, and adopt the resolution approving the Conklin Creek Farms LLC special permit and zoning clearance certificates as recommended by staff, subject to the recommended conditions.
Thank you, Noah. Go ahead, Thomas.
I just said I'd second.
Excellent. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Laura, a roll call vote, please.
Melanie McCaver. Melanie McCaver.
You there, Melanie?
Is there a possibility that she's recusing herself from this project because of communications for discovery?
Could be. She didn't say anything, but let's just move on.
Alan Bongio.
Yes.
Thomas Mulder.
Yes.
Noah Levy.
Yes.
Mike Newman.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Laura. Motion carries with a 4 yes, and I'm going to say 1 abstention. I don't know if Melanie just couldn't be with us or if she did. So passes nonetheless. The motion carries.
Alan, that really cleared it up. That made it to where you guys weren't echoing and bouncing off.
All right. Thank you. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Oh, thank you. Okay, so that brings us on to item number 2, which is H2 Equity LLC conditional use permit in the Salmon Creek area. I take a staff report on this one.
Good evening, commissioners. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Abby Strickland, and I'm the assigned planner for H2 Equity LLC. Application number 11248. The project site is located in the Salmon Creek area. It's zoned unclassified and has a land use designation of residential agriculture. The proposed project is a conditional use permit for 49,650 square feet of cultivation. 8,782 square feet of that is mixed light cultivation, and 40,868 square feet is outdoor cultivation. And on the right, you can see an image of the site and the cultivation layout. So the hearing history for this project, the project was initially scheduled for the November 4th, 2021 Planning Commission hearing. It was scheduled with a recommendation for approval. However, following noticing the project, we received 16 public comments, all of which were requesting that the project be denied, and new information was presented at that time. On December 16th, the project came back before your commission with a recommendation for denial. The planning department at that time requested that the project be continued to the January 20th, 2022 hearing to provide us some more time to review some information submitted by the applicant. The submitted information didn't change the determination made by the planning department, so it was rescheduled for the January 20th hearing with a recommendation for denial. We didn't get to that project, so now it's back before you today. So I'm going to go through the violation history of the permit. On March 27th, 2018, CDFW conducted a site inspection, which resulted in them issuing a notice of violation. Additional violations were issued by the State Water Resources Control Board and CAL FIRE, which I'll go into following just talking about what CDFW's violation included. So the notice of violation issued by CDFW had 7 violations of Fish and Game Code. I've kind of, in the staff report, you get to see all 7. I've shortened it up here, just condensed it for you. So one of them was a sediment discharge to a Class 2 stream from pond construction, the structural pond failure and uncontrolled drainage from the access road to the Class 2 stream. Sediment discharge to a Class 2 stream from development of an erosional gully caused by structural pond failure.
riprap placed in a class 3 channel, delivering turbid water to impoundment and then delivering turbid water and causing gully formation downstream to a class 2 stream, a modified class 3 stream, and capturing waters of the state in a newly constructed on-stream impoundment. And lastly, grading of a class 3 stream, causing flow disconnection from a historic channel for placement of the applicants or the permit holders' water bladders. On June 26th, 2018, we referred the project to CDFW. At that time, they recommended denial of the application. They were still awaiting a revised notification for the work that was identified during this site inspection. And the referral also noted that the project had the possibility to impact northern spotted owl, sensitive fish and wildlife resources, amphibians, reptiles, aquatic invertebrates, mammals, birds, and other aquatic and riparian species. Since the notice of violation has been resolved and the applicant was issued a revised LSAA to include additional project items. On April 2nd, 2018, the RWQCB Regional Water Quality Control Board issued a cleanup and abatement order for the following violations that were identified on site. One, the construction of a pond on top of a class 3 watercourse and seeps adjacent to a class 2 watercourse, which enters Salmon Creek, a class 1 tributary to the South Fork Eel River. This activity was performed at the property in October and November 2017 after the start of the rainy season by an unlicensed contractor without the applicable permits for the land clearing and the grading and in-stream work. The interior and exterior slopes of the unlined earthen pond had slope failures resulting in actual and threatened sediment discharges to surface waters. And lastly, the dischargers activities resulted in the waste discharges to receiving waters, which were conducted without authorization from applicable federal, state, and local agencies, including the Regional Water Board, and the actual and threatened discharge of earthen waste threatened Salmon Creek and unnamed class 2 tributary watercourse. Both watercourses are waters of the state as well as waters of the United States. The cleanup and abatement order required the applicant to clean up and abate the location of the conversion area and pond construction to eliminate the existing threat of pollution. In June of 2019, the applicant submitted the required documentation to resolve the cleanup and abatement order. And the applicant is still, there's ongoing monitoring required through spring of 2023. On May 17th, 2018, a notice of violation for the same issues similar issues was issued by CAL FIRE to the applicant for the unauthorized conversion of 1.3 acres of timberland. They didn't obtain the necessary permits. They submitted a timber conversion evaluation report prepared by an RPF to bring the area into compliance with the California Forest Practice Rules. And that notice of violation has also been resolved. So I'm now just going to talk about the Humboldt County Code violations. So on July 10th, 2018, the permit holder was issued an interim permit, which had an associated compliance agreement, which advised the applicant that any expansion beyond the existing cultivation area would be a violation of the interim permit, Humboldt County Code, and state law, and may result in the cancellation or revocation of the permit. On November 12th, 2019, the applicant was issued a violation letter for the unauthorized expansion of 11,485 square feet of mixed light cultivation, and a $45,940 penalty fee was issued to the applicant. On May 13th of 2020, the applicant submitted that penalty fee. And then on May 15th, 2020, a site inspection was conducted by CDFW. CDFW staff found that the applicant was cultivating without both required permits, the interim permit and the state license. And at that time, the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office was notified, and they executed a search warrant on the parcel. Approximately 14,000 cannabis plants and 1,990 pounds of processed cannabis were eradicated from the parcel. 1 month later, another search warrant was issued by the Sheriff's Office because the applicant had replanted the cannabis without the required state license. And at that time, approximately 46,971 cannabis plants were eradicated. And then following us noticing the project for approval for the November 4th hearing, we received confirmation that the applicant was receiving water deliveries to the operation in violation of Humboldt County Code. The applicant stated that they were receiving water deliveries to serve the residents. However, the site plan and operations plan noted that the residence was used for employees and for the operation. And that section of code does not differentiate between what water is being used whether it be for irrigation or for your employees. So I just wanted to break down the public comments for you. There were 16 public comments. These were some of the main issues they had stated. One of them being that trucked water was delivered to the site. The applicant did confirm that this was fact. The well on site was not producing water is another issue we found in the complaints, but the applicant did have a licensed well driller conduct a pump test to show that the well was producing at that time. The pump test was conducted during the wet season in November. Diesel deliveries to the site, the applicant confirmed he does receive the diesel deliveries. There was claims that there was a fire accidentally ignited on site. The applicant did confirm this. Unpermitted grading, that was confirmed by staff. Unauthorized timber conversion, also confirmed by staff. Unpermitted water diversions, initially, we didn't believe that this was confirmed. However, if you look at the CDFW notice of violation issued in 2019, and unpermitted water diversions are noted in that violation. Unpaid road dues, the applicant confirmed that they have not paid road dues. There were complaints of light pollution. We do have a previous complaint on file from May 2019. Law enforcement action also confirmed, as I just stated to you previously. Generator noise, we weren't able to confirm any previous complaints. And excessive intervention by the Salmon Creek Volunteer Fire Department and by CAL FIRE. I was unable to confirm both of those complaints as well. So staff recommend that your commission find the project exempt from environmental review pursuant to State Secret Guidelines Section 15270 and make the finding that the applicant has not provided the county the information necessary to make the required findings for approval due to repeated violations of Humboldt County Code and state law and deny the H2 Equity LLC project. I'm available for questions, and I know that the applicant and their agent, Blair Gu, who is in the attendees list, are here if you have questions for them.
I apologize. I kept myself muted for the presentation. Is there any questions for Abby? Noah, you have your hand up, and then Melanie.
Thank you. Oh.
Diane.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to ask about the one thing in the staff report that I found particularly puzzling, which is that it was mentioned that as part of why there was initially a recommendation for approval going into the November 2021 hearing, that at that time, planning staff was not aware, I believe, of the actions by the sheriff, both in May and June of the previous year, 2020. And those were fairly serious, eradication actions that were taken by the sheriff. So I just wanted to clarify, was that really the case, that the planning department was not made aware of those actions by the sheriff as well as CDFW in May and June of 2020? Because it seems to me that that would have given ample grounds to be recommending denial in November. Thank you.
Director Ford, may I answer that? So the first warrant that was served in May, well, typically when warrants are served, they invite our code enforcement unit. And in both of these circumstances, our code enforcement unit wasn't in attendance. So typically we have those inspection reports on file for review, and we didn't have those in this case. And so in May, following the execution of the first search warrant, the applicant did reach out to us and tell us, hey, this just happened to me. He was under the impression that when he paid the penalty fee 2 days before, that his interim permit would be renewed. However, he still didn't have a state license, and that doesn't work quite as quickly as our interim permit renewals do. And so we were aware of the first service of the warrant. We weren't aware of the second at all.
Okay, thank you.
Melanie, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a matter of order. I wasn't able to get out fast enough in the last one. I had to recuse, not because the FPPC asked me to, they didn't, nor because I have any stake in it, I do not, or that I'm biased, which I'm not, but because the planning director and supervisor Bush now requested that I recuse from any project where the Bear River Band has a condition of cultural monitoring during digging. And I just wanted to let the public know that that was why. As for this project at hand, I have a similar question as Commissioner Levy did. I'm wondering why the state issued a license, you know, seemingly around the same time that a lot of these violations were taking place. It seems to me that maybe there's not enough communication between the county and the state regarding these violations as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas?
So I'm just a little confused on this, the law enforcement action on this one. It seems like the first time, maybe the applicant, you know, there seemed like the staff said there might have been some miscommunication, but about 45 days later, there's another law enforcement action. So can we get clarification on what happened with the state licensing there? Was there ever a temporary state and county license that then was revoked or suspended at any point in time in that 45 days?
So the applicant's state license, it expired in December of 2019. And he didn't receive another state license until December 2020. So at no point in the year 2020, prior to these, the service of these warrants, did he have a state license.
Okay, so just for thank you for that. Just for clarification, there was law enforcement action because of not the proper permitting and licensing. And then there was another law enforcement action because it was replanted without the proper permitting and licensing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you for that.
All right. I see Michelle Bushnell has her hand up, so I'll let her speak. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Chair Bongio. I'm going to clarify for the record that I did not request that of Ms. McCaber at all. That was a discussion that came through the board, the BOS, and she stated that she would do that. That was not a request of myself.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that information. So with that, I'd like to open it up to public comment and then let the applicant, as we usually do, come in after the public. And so we will do that now. So first caller is Kim.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
There are two of us here, my husband and I, that would like to speak. Is that a possibility?
Each have a minute and a half, or he can call in and get his 3 minutes separately.
Okay, I'll make it quick.
I mean, he can get 3 minutes right after. That's fine.
Okay.
I thought you meant they wanted to.
I would like to speak to the fact that we are immediately adjacent to this property and have had problems with it since it first entered the permitting process back in 2015-16. We have repeatedly complained, and that is against the culture that we are in. We don't normally do that, but we have dealt with some pretty egregious situations over the years. But if we are just to discuss, since this owner, the current owner has it, the first thing I'd like to say is that he is $2,858 in arrears on his road dues to a road that he heavily uses. It is really frustrating for our entire community to have to deal with that. We have to deal with a continuation of deceit. He told the staff at the planning department that he was a fireman and was the fire department was approving of his application, but in actuality, he just had a letter that was a regular thing that's given to all applicants, and he is not a fireman. I have confirmed that with the fire department chief, Dan Gravy. They at one point were taking water from our property, but they did, when we requested them to stop doing so, stop doing so. I find that it is extremely frustrating in my job as a reporter that I am constantly seeing very small, what appear to me gentle on the land projects struggling to get through the permitting process. And this disaster is continuing to make it through the process. And that's it for me. And my husband would like to speak.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Church. I'm a licensed civil engineer. I'm the retired chief of environmental engineering for Caltrans in District 1. I first wrote a complaint letter to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors on this. I believe it was all the way back in 2015. The egregious, if I can say that, unplanned grading that was done on the slopes there was pretty horrific to witness. They bulldozed the oaks and trees off the side of that hillside, terraced it, and pushed down a bit and built an unconsolidated fill to build greenhouses on. We did file complaints, sent that to CAL FIRE, the Water Board, Fish and Wildlife, and the Board of Supervisors. We got 0 responses on that. They have a long history of violating what you call the dark skies thing. It's been happening for several years. With regard to noise, my son and my father lived immediately adjacent to the property line there and complained regularly to me and to others about this. And then the stealing of the water from our property and the acting against the community by not contributing to the road association or the Salmon Creek BFD just kind of says a great deal about how this outfit does business. I personally have been the president of the Salmon Creek Community School, the fire department, and the road association. And I have never seen in Salmon Creek deliberate acts of environmental degradation and noncompliance on this order in my life. And I've lived here for more than 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller is Public 1367.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is John Keenan. I am also a close neighbor of this property. I am a volunteer fireman for the Salmon Creek Fire Department. I'm also one of the very few first responders that we have on the hill. My wife volunteered at the school on the hill for many years. She's a substitute teacher. We've lived here for 14 years. This property is a terrible blight in our community. I can see the lights from their property at my gate. Not right now, considering it's winter, but last winter and winter before, you can just see the lights. Most of the things I was going to say, you guys already covered. The fact that they don't pay their road dues is a pretty clear indication that they're not going to pay them, especially if they haven't paid them when this is coming up. I mean, everyone else follows the rules as best as possible. They're clearly do not have enough water storage for their project. They claim that they get 15 gallons per minute, yet they have water delivered. I've seen the trucks with my own eyes being delivered in the dry season. They have, by the county's report, they have no dedicated water storage for their staff. So They claim that the water that was delivered was for domestic use, but if they have no storage for it, then where did the 16,000 gallons that they claimed getting went? I don't know. If their well actually produces 15 gallons a minute, that's about 21,000 gallons a day. So I don't know why they would need water. That's about 8 million gallons a year. So I just wanted to be clear that this property is a blight on our community. It is, they basically flaunted the law while everyone else is trying to follow it to the T. They just use their money or they just don't care. And I feel like it should be denied, and that is my 2 cents. And you covered everything else, and so, but I appreciate the time to speak.
Sorry, I was muted. Next caller, Pardis Sinsolamani. I apologize if I pronounced that wrong.
It's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi, my name is Pardis, and I would like to make a comment in favor of voting yes for this project. I have lived in the Garberville area my entire life. I know the applicant and his project very well. This is an extremely clean and well-organized farm. It is one of the most well put together and managed farms I have been to. Also, I would like to mention and let the staff know that it should be known that the new owner has only been 100% owner for only a year. I would like you guys to consider that. And thank you for your time, and please vote in favor of this project.
Okay, thank you. Next caller is Marcia. *6, unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Marcia Mendels. I'm a member of the Salmon Creek community. I've lived there for 24 years, and I've owned my property for over 50. I don't know why it was unconfirmed that there was Salmon Creek Volunteer Fire Department engagement with this property, but I watched them drive past my gate and to that property myself, because they had an unattended generator that had caught on fire. I also saw the CAL FIRE plane flying overhead and confirmed with our fire chief that they had done that in response to this. This was the second time they've had an unattended generator catch fire because no one lives there. We live in our community. These people do not. It is not any kind of blessing to our community. They have destroyed the road. I also have firsthand knowledge that they have had water delivered during the dry season. I think your own staff has amply shown that these are people who will say whatever they have to say to get approval, but they don't follow suit with their actions. They're willing to say things and then not do it and assume that they will get by. And I think this is not what we want to do in our community or in anywhere in Humboldt County. So I hope that you definitely deny this application and give us a break in Salmon Creek. There are a lot of people doing the right thing, and you're denying people who are doing the wrong thing will help show the people that are doing what you want them to do that it is rewarded. I hope that makes sense. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next caller is Paul H. *6.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
From Headwaters. How are you? I've toured the Salmon Creek property, and I thought it was one of the most beautiful, well put together properties I've seen. So I'm pretty shocked to hear some of these things the callers are saying. Adam Perry gave me a tour of the property. Their product was beautiful. It was clean. Everything seemed really nice. Adam was very knowledgeable. The staff was very organized. The property was, very large and organized. So I was happy to work with them and hoping to work with them again in the future. So hopefully this is a project that gets approved, and we'll continue to work with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Public 3041. Oh, sorry, I got out of order. 1367.
I just wanted to add that I am, like I said, I am a member of the volunteer fire department, and we did get called out numerous times in the last few years for fires there that either disappeared or, weren't there, for lights that were on that people thought were fires. We were called out many times. I just wanted to clarify that for anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Public 3041. Star 6 unmute.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michelle Admite. I am making a comment in favor of the applicant. I have worked with the applicant on this property for approximately a year now. Since working with him, I've been in charge of the administration work, which includes the county and state license and compliance. I understand that the project was a flawed inheritance from the previous owner. We did not take it over until, say mid-2019. And I can't speak for any previous damage he may have done. I can say that I personally have kept the administration part of the company in good standing with the county and state since being employed with the applicant. On behalf of the company, I hired a compliance officer who is an OSHA and pesticide private applicator certified trainer. I also hired a metric consulting company who has audited the compliance metric accounting to make sure that the company was and is still 100% compliant with the requirements of the state. I have also been in constant communication with our county planner, and anytime a question would arise, I have contacted her. I have sent her multiple emails that she did not touch base on at all regarding a lot of the information that you guys had asked her about the property fires, the law enforcement, and the water. The farm also had a site visit from an OSHA certified company who, in favor of the applicant, actually wrote a statement indicating that our property was one of the most well put together properties he has seen. He stated that we currently are up to date with his compliance. That letter was turned into our planner and asked to be given to the commissioners. An agent from the Environmental Protection Agency did a site visit on the property and reviewed the SPCC plan, and at the time of the visit looked at our generators and the storage of our hazardous material and passed the company with the California Environmental Protective System. All the requirements were met. According to the staff report, our planner spoke with Fish and Wildlife, and the results were that the property is and has been in compliance for some time now. I'd also like to comment on the applicant's character and how he has helped the community. The applicant of this property is signed up with CAL FIRE. We do loan the equipment out in order to help the firefighters, the California wildfires. He has also provided free gas and open tabs to the local volunteer fire department in the Alder Point area, as well as fed the firefighters and the volunteers for free when the Hoffman fires broke out. Despite the picture that the neighbors are painting, people who've actually met the applicant and people who know him know he's a very good person. He has good intentions and he does take pride in his work. And there's a lot of things that have been left unsaid by our planner.
Your time's up. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this item? Public 7108. Go ahead.
Yes. I hope you listen to the people that live in the community. And if you're using the road to do all this stuff and you're not paying your road dues, that doesn't sound like a responsible person. So I support the neighbors in a denial of this permit. Thank you.
Next caller, Blair. You?
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Blair Gu. I'm an attorney at Rockaway Law Group, and my office represents the current proponent of the CUP application, H2 Equity LLC. First, I wanted to thank you for hearing this matter this evening and allowing me to speak in support of it. And second, I want to address your concerns or the concerns of that have been brought up through public comment also by the planner, and also direct your attention to the fact that since my client became involved in this project, there have been no environmental violations issued in relation to the subject property. In fact, there have been county inspections, there have been SARS inspections, and no notices of violation have been issued. The 3 environmental violations issued in 2018 were a direct result of the work that was conducted in 2017 by the original applicant, Lost Coast Elixirs LLC, and its owners. My client was not involved in the project in 2017 or 2018, and none of the original project proponents are currently involved in this project. So I think one of the things that was missing when this project was discussed originally is the fact that this has changed hands. And although there have been issues in the past, the current project proponent is working diligently to ensure that all environmental rules are followed, that there have been no violations since the current project proponent took over the project. And since taking over the project in the latter half of 2019, H2 Equity has worked tirelessly to ensure that the project is compliant with all environmental regulations, has started a transition to 100% solar energy, which it hopes to complete within 2 years, and has been in routine correspondence with county staff via Ms. Strickland on a variety of topics. As noted in the staff report, all 3 of the 2018 environmental violations have been resolved, and all required restoration has been completed in accordance with the directions provided by the agencies that were involved. Thus, this project does not pose a threat to the environment, and compliance with environmental regulations is not an ongoing concern for the project under current management. Now, understanding the immense importance of protecting the environment and operating an environmentally friendly business, H2 Equity LLC has not only worked to ensure that all environmental regulations are followed to a T, it has also hired a compliance advisor, as Michelle mentioned earlier, in public comment, and legal counsel to ensure its operations remain compliant at all times. And since H2 Equity LLC has been involved in the project, the issues and violations related to the project have been minimal, and I will address in a moment, as I will address in a moment, unintentional and not what they may seem at first glance. First, the November 2019 expansion was a direct result of miscommunication during the transition between old ownership and new ownership. However, this issue was addressed immediately. The fees associated with the notice of violation were paid, and the interim permit was in fact reinstated by the county. So that's something that should be taken into account. And then I know that many of the commissioners had questions about the May 2020 raids, and there's some timing considerations that need to go into the analysis here. And I think that is leading to some of the confusion that some of the commissioners had about how this possibly could have happened. And so I want to just address that and give some information. And if there are additional questions about this outside of the 3 minutes that I have, I'm very happy to answer them. But the May 2020 raids only occurred after the current applicant worked with CDFW to schedule an inspection on its own accord. So the ownership of the entity had changed hands. The current owner reached out to CDFW to say, hey, come out, take a look. You know, our location is gorgeous. We're operating compliantly. Everything is up to snuff, which is something that I personally believe would not have happened if the applicant under its current ownership knew that it did not have the proper local permit or the state license. And the reason for this confusion was because pursuant to the 2019 application and permit transfer, the prior owners of the project were contractually obligated to maintain the licenses associated with the project through December of 2020. However, that did not occur. And the current applicant only became aware of the lapse interim permit immediately before the CDFW inspection, which is the reason why Ms. Strickland noted that the current owner reached out to the county to pay the notice of violation fee and get the interim permit reinstated as quickly as possible. And the lapsed state licenses only became something that the current owner was aware of after the raids had actually occurred. So this isn't a situation where the current operator is trying to get around regulations or laws or operational requirements. This is simply an issue of prior ownership failing to maintain its obligations under contractual agreements, which the county does have copies of, and the new owner trying to maintain compliance in a situation where perhaps all of the information hadn't been shared during the transfer of the actual permit itself. The current
summarize, okay?
Yes, absolutely. So in summary, the current applicant submitted its state license application and obtained the necessary state licenses as soon as it was able to, and has been operating with the required permit and state licenses since the end of 2020. The only violations that have occurred since new ownership has taken over full control and management were the water trucking issue that has been raised by neighbors and also was addressed in my letter, my lengthy letter. So I hope that you guys had a chance to read. So I won't go too far into that because I understand that you probably got that and were a little bit shocked by the length of it, but I'm available to open or to answer any questions. And my hope is that we don't punish the current applicant who has taken, put a lot of money and time and effort into making sure this project is environmentally compliant and operationally compliant and compliant with county regulations. And we're not punishing that person and this entity for the acts and the bad acts and the uncompliant operations of the prior owner. The applicant looks forward to working with the community, is excited to do that, and has been pinged by other operators in this industry, as you heard through public comment, as a high quality operation that produces safe cannabis for consumers. And I hope that you give them the opportunity to continue operating past today's date.
Okay, you're gonna have to wrap it up.
Thank you. I'm finished and can answer any questions.
Thank you. I didn't know you were speaking for the applicant, so that's why I'm trying to keep it. And we got a lot to get to. So is there any other public that wishes to speak at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment, and the director would like to rebut some of the things that were just spoken about. So go ahead, director. Oh, Thomas, go ahead, and then the director.
I just have one quick question for that attorney. All that I want to know is the current applicant, were they the owner and operator of the operation when law enforcement activities took place? And if so, how were they, if they were following metric protocol, how were they unaware that they didn't have an active license? I'm really trying to wrap my head around that.
No problem. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you for that question. So the basic answer to your question is yes, Mr. Perry was a part of the ownership team when those raids did occur. The slight difference that I want to bring to your attention is that Mr. Perry didn't take over 100% control of this operation until December of 2020. So he was not on the ground during those raids. He was not there. He was not aware of what was happening on the ground. But as soon as Mr. Perry was able to take over control of the actual operating entity, none of those violations have occurred since then.
All right, director.
Abby, go ahead.
So just to be clear, Charles Perry was on site for both raids. I've read the sheriff's inspection reports, and he was actually interviewed on site. And then also, I just want to remind the commission that the way that the planning department reviews the violation history on permits is as the permit as a whole. I think it's important that it do occur that way, because otherwise, if somebody had violated consistently on a permit and we're able to sell it and restart the violation timeline, we wouldn't be able to really hold folks accountable. So I'll let you take it over, Director Ford, if you wanted to add something.
Go ahead, Director.
No, I think it's fine. I just want to reiterate, I know that there's the argument here that the violations shouldn't be held against the applicant because he did not have complete control of the application at the time. But the fact of the matter is that there was a willful intent to put plants back in the ground without having metric tags. And it is the law to have both a local permit and a state license. And I think that there is a history here, unfortunately, that carries on.
Okay, thank you. Thomas, I see you have your hand back up.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this as someone that has to use a lot of metric inputs and tagging of plants. Was there anything in the stat or in the sheriff's report that there was any evidence of any attempt to tag any of the 40 or 14,000 plants and then 46,000 plants the second time?
I don't recall there being any documentation that partial plants were tagged or that or that there were any tags on site altogether. But I do know that the sheriffs contacted while on site the state and asked for clarification on whether or not there was a state license. So during the first raid, the applicant was notified that there was not an active state license. And they may have also known that they didn't have an interim permit, and both were required, considering there was an existing violation from 2019. So our department wasn't willing to issue an interim permit because they still had a penalty fee of $45,000 that remained unpaid.
Okay, because that's the part that I'm having a hard time with. There was 14,000 plants, and that, okay, everyone, there's a mistake. And then roughly 45 days later, there's 46,000 untagged plants. So sorry, I'm going to just be quiet. I'm trying to wrap my head around that one.
All right. The only person we haven't heard from is the applicant. So I'm going to give the opportunity to the applicant to speak now if they wish. I see that they come up as Charles. Okay. Go ahead, Charles.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Charles Perry. I just wanted to clarify a couple things that were said. I was present during the first raid that had happened, not the second. I'd actually reached out to CDFW myself to set up that meeting. I was not aware of compliance or metric at the time. I was simply in charge of cultivation. That's the confusion. Since then, I have reached out and taken over the position of maintaining the entire farm. That's why now everything is in compliance, whereas at the time it wasn't. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So back to the commission now. What's the commission's thoughts on this? Any other questions? Anybody? I have a couple questions. I pretty much know where I feel about where to go with this, but I have some questions concerning the water delivery. There's violations there, not only for the landowner, but for the trucking company and for the source where that water came from. So I think that should also be being looked into. There was legislation that was done this last year, I believe, that are fines for both of those individuals, where the water came from and the people trucking it. It's state law, so should be going after them as well. But that's kind of a side note on this. Just thought I'd bring it up. So what's the commission's thoughts on this one? Go ahead, Noah. Oh, Noah had his hand up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
I'll mute.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, by the way, that my presence here has disrupted the normal flow of muting and unmuting. I just want to say that I understand the arguments that have been made by the owner and by the owner's attorney. I am sure that they have put, in fact, a lot of effort into rectifying some of the mistakes that were made in the past. But all that said, it's really the case that there is a history, a series of mistakes, big and small, over a number of years, some of which were not the responsibility of the current owner, but nevertheless are part of the legacy that they inherited when they took over this project. And I know from my long experience on this commission that it's very rare that the department ends up issuing a recommendation for denial, and that they do not do so rashly. They do so only when they really feel that there is a totality of circumstances that warrant that, and a history of having tried to work with the applicant in vain. So I myself am persuaded that we should go ahead and deny this project, and I'll let the other commissioners speak before I go ahead and make a motion.
Melanie had her hand up first.
Go
ahead, Melanie.
Really said it all. Thank you.
All right. Thomas, go ahead.
So you didn't have to stop making your motion. I just wanted to say, just in comparison to where I'm kind of trying to wrap my head around, there was a project up for denial before the commission beforehand, and there was evidence where they had law enforcement and they were following the laws as far as metric and all those kind of stuff. Whereas this site, that other site had 2 letters in support from neighbors, whereas this site has 16 letters in opposition from neighbors. I haven't seen 1 letter or 1 comment in support from neighbors. So I think they're completely different scenarios. And I'm just, I can't wrap my head around how you could try to find a pathway forward. That's where I'm at with it. So it's really the first, if it was just the first law enforcement thing, but the second one 45 days later is really, really challenging to wrap your head around. So I would support your motion if you made it. I'm not going to make a motion, but I would support it.
Well, Noah, you want to make a motion?
Sure. Well, in that event, I will move that we find that the project exempt from environmental review pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, section 15270, make the finding that the project site is in violation of Humboldt County Code, and that the applicant has not provided the county the information necessary to make the required findings for approval, and deny the H2 Equity LLC project.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Laura, a roll call vote, please.
Alan Bongio,
Yes.
Thomas Mulder,
Yes.
Noah Levy,
Yes.
Mike Newman,
Yes.
Melanie McCaver,
Yes.
Thank you, Laura. Motion carries unanimous. Project is denied. All right. That takes us on to item number 3. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Thomas.
One quick point of clarification in regards to that project. It sounded like it may be operating at this time. So would they be allowed to go through the appeal process, or would the interim permit be taken or revoked or suspended, I guess?
They will be allowed to go through the appeal process.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to number 3, Humboldt Empire Farms, LLC, Garberville area.
Good evening, commissioners. Steve Lazar, I'm going to share my screen here. Let's see. Okay. Can everyone see my slideshow?
You're good, Steve.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. So yes, this is a special permit for mixed light cultivation. It was originally scheduled for the Planning Commission several prior times, and I'll go through that in a minute. Moving to the next slide. It is requesting 14,400 square feet of new mixed light cultivation, 5 cycles. The processing will occur within an existing shop on the property. Trimming and more intensive processing will happen at an offsite licensed processing facility. There are no employees. 4 family members who live on the property will manage the operations. Power already is provided to the property by PG&E and will be used for the mixed light, and cultivation will occur in 6 greenhouses. As far as the location of the property in this view, you can kind of see it's situated on Sproul Creek Road after crossing the South Fork, not long before reaching the airport and Old Bryceland Road. It's on a property that fronts along the South Fork of the Eel River, and it has been host to cultivation since 2019. It's planted zone AGB5, that's agricultural general, with a 5-acre minimum parcel size. If you look at some of the maps over here, you can kind of see that's consistent with the surrounding properties on both sides of the river. Although parcel sizes range, 5 acres isn't an uncommon size. This is a 31-acre parcel with a history of agricultural and residential use. It was lawfully created. Staff has evaluated the creation document history, has access via Sproul Creek Road, a public road. It is host to prime soils, and it is mostly characterized by slopes less than 15%. This is the original site plan. This was the original project being sought was 1 acre of cultivation. It has been changed to the 14,400 square feet that is before you tonight, and I'm going to explain how that occurred. So once again, the original site plan. You can see the greenhouses are located in these locations throughout the property. North of the greenhouse is an existing commercial bulk water sales business, Seasonal Water Solutions, which I'll describe in a moment. The greenhouse configuration was changed to what is now before you, 14,400 square feet. And that was because in the course of processing the permit, it was discovered that tree removal had occurred in a number of locations throughout the property. The tree removal you can see on this exhibit, it largely coincides with some of the locations where greenhouses were previously proposed as part of the project. And the project was being brought forward for denial in December because when this was discovered that timber or tree removal had occurred ahead of any entitlement, in violation of Ordinance 2.0, which prohibits such activities, that the findings could not be made for the original project design. So since that time, the project's been revised. So I'm going to walk you through the tree removal just so you can get an idea of what occurred. This is showing an area of trees here that are no longer there. This is a 2020 June photo. Here's the August photo. You can see that clearing has occurred. That's no longer a location being sought for cultivation. The 2021 tree removal occurred again. This was all in the course of bringing the matter before you, and when these were discovered, that's why the decision to bring it forward for denial in December was made. And in these cases, these are looking at the property and some of the areas where the harvest occurred, some of the slash, some of the sizes of the trees. These are photos taken from the property. So as I mentioned earlier, the tree removal locations no longer coincide with any of the areas where permission for cultivation is being sought. And that's the yellow greenhouses that you see. So the source of water is somewhat idiosyncratic in that it is an existing water storage facility that was permitted as part of a prior permit. The conditional use permit was issued, and it stores 3,360,000 gallons of water on a series of bladders, which I'll show you, and you can see on the site plan. The applicant estimates 145,000 gallons of water will be needed annually for the cultivation being proposed. And there's a well on site that is likely hydrologically connected, but it only serves as being used for the existing residents on the property. There are water meters on both water sources, both the well and the rainwater capture system. So as I was mentioning, the permit for the rainwater capture occurred back in 2016 by the Planning Commission. It was authorized. It's the only business of its kind that's been approved in Humboldt County, and it relies on rainwater capture using a TARP system The tarp, the water is then funneled to a low spot where there's a sump pump, and it's pumped into the bladder system for storage and sales in later months. It does include a 15-year term limit, and it has extensive conditions and mitigation measures that have been complied with to date, including reporting on water deliveries. The bladders were installed with engineering and berms to prevent water being delivered to the South Fork of the Eel in the event of a rupture. And there's even requirements for reclamation of the property after the permit sunset. But that's all stuff that's been settled under a prior permit. These are just photos of the bladders themselves. There's a photo showing the pump, and here's some additional images just to kind of clarify further. There has been a number of concerns raised by members of the public in regards to the proposal. One is the volume that has been captured on the property. This is really not related to the project. This is water that's been authorized for capture as part of a totally separate entitlement that's already been approved. Nevertheless, that the water is being used now on site instead of for offsite delivery, that's been challenged. The bladders themselves have been challenged because the ordinance, the commercial cannabis ordinance for 2018 explicitly prohibits the use of bladders. As I mentioned earlier, this is somewhat idiosyncratic because the project was approved for use of bladders independent of the current request being sought. And those bladders, if the project were to be denied tonight, would continue to be authorized to be on the property. So it's not really a use of bladders for cannabis insofar as it's a use of an existing system. And we believe that it's appropriate to allow their use because of the kind of unique nature of this. It's not bladders proposed as part of this project, it's existing bladders. They've also raised, we've seen some challenges about the recent lawsuits that have been filed over FEMA's amended flood zone mapping and some of the procedures around that. We really don't believe that there's any issues that would frustrate this project, given that none of this project is located in the flood zone and the infrastructure that it relies upon is already in place. Neighborhood incompatibility, definitely have seen comments suggesting that this is not a project that would marry well with the neighboring property owners. And there has been question of the appropriateness of awarding a permit to the applicant given a past history of violations. And I'm going to briefly just summarize those for you here. These are violations relating to prior activities that have been resolved. So keep that in mind. 2015, there were grading and clearing in the streamside management area. This was ahead of the seasonal water solutions permit. This was disclosed at the time the permit appeared before the Planning Commission. Mitigation measures were incorporated into the project. Those mitigation measures were completed, including restoration of various activities, but also some of the bladders were installed before the use permit had been approved. And there was an unauthorized diversion initially from the South Fork for water to be put in the bladders before the project for the use permit was approved. That has all been resolved through the permit itself and the change of water source to main capture. 2017, there was indoor cultivation in an existing building on the property, and that was occurring without any local permit or state license. Ultimately, a permit was applied for and received. That was approved on September 10th of 2019. The indoor cultivation was abated, and that resolved that violation. And in 2020 and 2021, as I mentioned earlier, there was tree removal done throughout the property, and that was in violation of the cannabis regulations. But through the revisions to the project that the applicant has chosen to make, they have resolved the conflict with the requirements of the ordinance, and we believe have presented a project that can be approved. So our recommendation is that the commission approve the project, find it consistent with the ordinance and the addendum that's been prepared specific to this project, and make the required findings. I do want to note that we have a supplemental that we prepared for you. This is to address the nature of the water storage. So this is a summary of what the condition of approval we're recommending be included does. It essentially recognizes that the use permit term could prove to eliminate a water source that the project relies upon, and therefore it requires that if that were to occur and no supplemental source was developed, that all cultivation would have to cease. However, the language of the condition make it not active until such time as the permit lapses, or sunsets, and also allow for a supplemental water storage to be developed and storage developed. It would require a modification of the permit if that were the case. Or if the term of the use permit that is currently 15 years were extended beyond 2031, that would also resolve this for some time period to be determined. So this is the language of the condition. I'm not going to show it to you right now, but the summary basically boils that down. And lastly, that's I'm going to end here. There's a lot of items on the agenda still beyond this, and I don't want to take more time than I have to, but I am available to answer questions should you have them.
Go ahead, Mike. Sorry about that. Couldn't get it to unmute.
Okay, yeah, I figured, see, it happens.
Happens to everybody.
My question to you, Stephen, on this, or any staff member is, with that tree removal in the possible proposed that is now changed areas, what is going on to mitigate that removal now with that bare land? And is there anything happening with that? What's the repercussions?
Through the chair. So the tree removal in staff's view essentially is only a violation if it's in service of a future cultivation activity. It's agriculturally zoned property. Tree removal is an allowed activity. It's not a violation of county code. It's kind of some mental gymnastics you have to go through there, but frankly, that's essentially the way we've looked at it. And so as long as the project design does not rely upon the tree removal could occur. It does raise questions about, whether or not tree removal adjacent to cultivation sites is appropriate in the context of the ordinance, but it's not an outright inconsistency with the code. So that's the way we've treated it. That's why our recommendation is what it is. And there is no requirement for mitigation or remediation at this time.
Okay. So permits for tree removal are not required?
Under county code, there are requirements under state CAL FIRE regulations when you're doing timberland conversion. Actually, this project has a letter from a local forestry outfit, and they've determined that it didn't involve a conversion of timberland pursuant to CAL FIRE regulations. But nevertheless, there are requirements in certain contexts where you take timberland and you remove trees and don't allow them to grow back. But not Humboldt County code that requires that.
Okay.
Anybody else have a question? Have a hand up? I don't see any. Okay. With that, I will open it up for public comment then, and we'll see how fast we can get through that. The first caller is Tanya Horlick.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners, for this time. As a neighbor who stewards land sustainably, directly across the South Fork Eel River from this proposed cannabis cultivation, I humbly request the Planning Commission allow at least 1 year of further project review before considering approval. Or you could simply deny the application due to violations of the county's cannabis land use ordinance and potentially irreversible impacts on Southern Humboldt's water resources. I appreciate the Planning Department for protecting the streamside management and floodplain areas by setting back the proposed greenhouses to an area already established for residential use. However, the planner initially assigned to this project admitted to me in 2021 he never witnessed the rainwater tarpaulin collection system running. The planner was only shown that in theory and design. This proposal has not been adequately vetted. Let's not forget the prior illegal diversions of water from the same tributary to the Eel River. The maps of prior diversions in the project report confirm one of the 2 sites known to be prior diversions and cited by CDFW in 2018 is exactly where I am hearing the sound of motors at night. I am an honest witness and the direct neighbor to this parcel. I swear to you under God that nearly every morning and most nights after 10 p.m., When outside my cabin, several hundred yards away across the river, I hear a motor running that I do not hear at any other time of the day. I have followed the sound of this motor to the river's edge, and it originates where a tributary flows into the Eel River. I urge the county to conduct further investigation along that tributary to trace signs of illegal diversion. Most of the times I've heard pumps running from the project site were surprisingly times when rain had not been falling. How is this rainwater collection? With all due respect, I do not believe our county representatives have been given full disclosure from the applicant. I can test the project's rainwater catchment tarpaulin is the only water source of the landowner. If the Planning Commission is vetting this project with full diligence, your site inspectors ought to witness 3.3 million gallons of water being collected from the purported rainwater collection tarp. That has not occurred. Additionally, even if millions of gallons of water is somehow all collected from that rainwater tarpaulin, through drought and low rainfall,
30 seconds.
this project is also violating the Humboldt County Commercial Cannabis Land Use Ordinance, which explicitly prohibits the use of bladders for irrigation and storage. In a previous commission meeting in Garberville Sanitary District Manager Ralph Emerson confirmed the GSD only possessed less than several 100,000 gallons of water storage. The sister city of Redwood has similar holdings of around 200,000 gallons. Compare that.
Your time's up, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission.
Thank you. Next caller, 7429. Go ahead, 7429.
Okay, good evening. This is Roby Tenorio. I'm just a little bit surprised because I thought that bladders were prohibited under 2.0. And so are you changing the ordinance with this project? Are bladders going to be allowed now? I'm very familiar with quite a few farms that had to eliminate their bladders and purchase tanks, which are much more expensive than bladders. I mean, people actually were told that in order to continue with their permit, they needed to eliminate their bladders. And I think that's a little confusing. I also find the attitude that tree removal is not an outright inconsistency, but you just want to ignore it since it's a state thing. It's a little bit of a not too much oversight. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public that wishes to speak on this item? 7108, or wait. 8720 then. I thought that was the one we just did. Okay, I apologize, 7108, go ahead.
Hi, my comments are relating to the finding 5C, which talks about this being in compliance with the ordinance, and the ordinance clearly states that use of bladders, above ground pools, and similar vessels are prohibited. And so apparently the planning department is using the seasonal water solutions permit and saying that they're allowed to use water since they already are storing it. That permit was given specifically for off-site use of trucked water. There was nothing in that permit that was going to be used for residential or cannabis on the property. They had a well that was for their purpose, residential purposes. So saying that just because they're storing water that's special, well, that wasn't contained in the permit. So that was issued back then. And I would hope that the county would have this applicant be required to conform to the ordinance which prohibits the use of bladders for commercial cannabis. There needs to be conformance and equal application of the ordinance. So whatever happens with this, I feel like they need to abide by the same rules as everybody else.
Thank you. Public 8720.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me.
Go ahead.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So my husband and I would both like to speak sort of like what happened in the last project. Is that okay? We'll
Yeah, go
come
ahead,
in
one
under
after the
6
other.
minutes, if that's okay. Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. So just piling on with the bladder situation, allowing the conflation of Jeffrey's seasonal water sales business with his cannabis business will lead to future arguments that if bladders are used to store water for other purposes, they may be repurposed for cannabis. A huge can of worms I doubt very much the commission will want to take on in the future. The new project map actually specifies 9 bladders dedicated to the cannabis grows and only 7 for the water sales business. By definition, he's breaking the ordinance right there. In August of 2020, CDFW warden noted that Jeffries was watering his permitted grow with bladder water at that time. It would be prudent of the commission to ask county council for an opinion on this repurposing of seasonal water solutions infrastructure. And further on, also on finding number 5, just last December, planning staff was recommending denial of this project because Jeffries cut trees for greenhouse placement. It defies my comprehension that moving the greenhouse somehow makes that cutting okay. And if you look at the new map, the current map, it looks like one of the 6 remaining greenhouses is still superimposed on a stand of trees. So my assumption is that Mr. Jeffries probably intends to take those trees down, and if he gets caught, he'll just move the greenhouse. Regarding finding number 6, Jeffries' presence in the neighborhood has been detrimental to health, safety, and welfare of nearby residents for almost a decade. He has yelled verbal abuse at me from across the river and told me all my neighbors hate me. A drone was seen flying over my house by a neighbor who believed it came from Jeffries' property, and Jeffries has phoned my neighbors asking to buy them out. Jeffries called my partner a snitch on social media when he wrote a letter way back in July of last year to have this project removed from the consent agenda. There is an atmosphere of hostility not only toward anyone who does not embrace his illegal practices, but to the environmental protections Jeffries has been able to disregard while still being allowed to grow his empire. Every violation is rewarded with a new permit. This hostility damages my property values. I would have to disclose this hostile presence to any prospective buyers. The presence of a large industrial operation across the river where for 40 of the 49 years I have lived here, there has been a quiet pastoral scene is also detrimental to my property values and those of the entire neighborhood on this side of the river and the western edge of Garberville. It's disturbing to my peace of mind as there is no reason to believe Jeffries will conduct himself according to the law based on his history and according to his new site plan. In the wake of a multi-agency raid in 2018 in which many violations were reported, neighbors watched in the middle of the drought as no rain fell and yet the bladders went up and down constantly. It is not true that this is a...
All right, is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? Trying to be fair and give the same amount of time to everybody.
Say, Alan.
Yes.
I thought she had her husband that was going to follow her.
Okay, well, if he wants to put up, that's correct, Mike, and I forgot about that. I was thinking. What, Thomas?
Being as it seemed like she went like 30 to 60 seconds past time, would it be appropriate to cut the husband's time down, or would that be unfair?
Well, it was just she was about 10 seconds over, so I'm just trying to be fair. Their numbers back up, I think. No, it's not it. Okay, well, 2530, go ahead. If 8720 wants to call back in so the husband gets his 3 minutes, they can. Go ahead, 8720 then. Go ahead, 8720. Unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Go 2530. Go ahead.
Right, yes, this is Mark Thurman calling. My concern about this situation is the history of malice and the recidivism that we see in the record. The repeated offenses, it appears that this person is intent on getting away with whatever he can get away with, and he's going to continue to do it. So I think if the commission chooses to approve this, they can expect to see him back again, or the code enforcement can, because he's going to continue to violate the code and law. So this is not a safe bet in any stretch. That's I think the crux of the matter here. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. 8720. Are you there? Star 6 to unmute. Star 6 to unmute. Okay. One last chance. 8720 if you want to speak. Unmute now. All right. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? Go ahead, Ann Constantino. Can you do that, or? Go ahead, Ann. Unmute yourself, star 6.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
We're having a technology issue. So my husband, did you hear any of his commentary?
No.
So should he start over? Can he have 3 minutes?
Yes, go ahead.
Now you're talking here.
People of Humboldt, the property owner wants to use catchment bladders to irrigate marijuana plants that he wants to grow in some 6 greenhouses. Anyone traveling along Sproul Creek Road in Garberville the past 5 or 6 years has had a good view of this site, and it is not pretty. It is also right in the 100-year floodplain. Jeffries has been found to be in violation at least 4 times in the past 8 years for illegal water diversion, obstruction of a stream flow on a stream that is designated as impaired for temperature and sediment by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency pursuant to the Clean Water Act. He has consistently illegally altered the habitat, harvested and developed cannabis grows without first obtaining permits, and then been granted permission after the fact. That includes the bladders, whose widely visible appearance would surely go against CEQA's aesthetic standards. This proposal has potentially catastrophic environmental effects. According to the Cannabis Cultivation Land Use Ordinance 2.0, water from these bladders is prohibited from being used to irrigate cannabis. Yet this is Jeffries' stated intention. Planning Director Ford stated at a public meeting that since Jeffries has been permitted to sell bulk water from these bladders for non-cannabis purposes, it is okay to violate the ordinance and use the catchment water for his cannabis. This is highly legally questionable, to say the least. The Humboldt County Sheriff's Office has just today reiterated its longstanding rejection of the Jeffries project. An inquiry into the dropping of felony charges against Jeffries in return for pleading guilty to 2 misdemeanors was not responded to by the Sheriff's Office. The people of Humboldt County would never okay this abuse of water and land if it were put to a vote. It's troubling that the county and other agencies admittedly do not have manpower or resources to do inspect and monitor every project as required by law, and that the applicant has taken full advantage of this by continuing to flout the law every step of the way in the development of his land. He clearly believes rules and regulations are for other people. We are in permanent drought from year-round fire danger, and please deny.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Seeing none, I will close the public comment and bring this back to the commission. What are the thoughts of the commission? Do we have any questions for staff? Go ahead, Mike.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Towards the end there, I didn't catch it, and I'm trying to find it in the packet about the alternatives with the bladders, the water, that whole part there. I'd like to see that a little bit more again.
Through the chair, would you like me to share my screen with the condition language?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And the condition number that is referring to, where I can find it.
It won't appear in the staff report because it was a supplemental prior to, so it didn't quite make the cut. But you should have received the supplemental with your packet, and it is 36 because it's a new condition added to the ongoing conditions of approval.
Yeah, I'd like to see it a little bit more in depth then.
Can everyone read the screen all right? Should I make my screen a little bigger? Let me try stop and share for a sec.
Would it be good to have it read into the record by staff?
I think so.
Yeah, I'll pull it up and I'll read it for you guys. Okay, so the condition reads, irrigation for cultivation is being supplied by captured rainwater stored on site as part of an existing commercial water storage and sales business approved under a prior conditional use permit, CUP 15-4, 9635 Seasonal Water Solutions. The use permit for this business includes a 15-year permit term and is set to expire in October of 2031. Restoration of the site is required to be completed within 90 days of completion of the permit term and requires removal and disposal of the tarp, water storage bags, piping, and returning the site to the pre-project conditions suitable for hay production. All commercial cannabis cultivation activities shall cease following expiration of the use permit unless an alternative water source and means of storage is developed and authorized to the satisfaction of the planning division and in compliance with county code. A modification of this permit shall also be required should new water storage facilities be developed. This condition shall not become operative until the permit term of CUP 15-4 has expired. The condition shall remain inoperative should the permit term of CUP 15-4 be extended or for additional time, and all associated water storage remain usable.
The last part there, I just have a question, a little bit simpler. What is it saying there exactly?
Are you referring to the last couple sentences?
Yes.
The second to last sentence is saying this condition only becomes active if the other permit expires, the permit for the water storage business. And the second condition says it will remain inoperative so long as that permit is alive and the water storage and sales it remains allowed.
So the requirement on this permit about water storage will kind of be in the background until the other one is expired. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. I think that might get out to the public a little better there in those terms. It just spins around when you start naming all those. I know you have to legally put those permit numbers in there and all of that. I just wanted to boil it down. Thank you.
Sure.
Mike, Thomas, you had your hand up.
Noah was before me.
Okay, go ahead, Noah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner Mulder. That's very gracious of you. I just wanted to comment that I do not think I can see my way to supporting this project. I've been paying pretty careful attention to it for the several meetings that I recall it coming on our agenda, even though we didn't get to it, but I believe we were going to hear it first last summer, then in the fall, and now again this time. What concerned me then and still concerns me now is that there really is a history of violating or flouting the rules and regulations until caught, and then making corrections after the fact to sort of try to clean it up. There's a history of hostility. It seems a history of hostility to the neighbors. I am also, even if that were not the case, I am persuaded that we do have a problem in allowing this particular permit to use water bladders when no other cannabis cultivation is allowed to do that. I understand there's a unique situation here with this already approved commercial business, but nevertheless, as more than one commenter tonight has pointed out, it sets a precedent which conceivably could be used by others or sought to be used by others who could have their bladders be allowed for certain other purposes and then try to attach cultivation irrigation to that bladder. But for all of those reasons and others, I don't think I can support this, but I wanted to ask a question of staff, of the director perhaps. This is being teed up for approval. I don't know that anyone else would favor denial, but if we did want to deny this project tonight, would we want to allow another meeting in order to bring back findings and a resolution that would support denial, or is that something that we could choose to do tonight?
It can be done either way. Frankly, it's a little better to allow us to hear what the commission is saying as a whole and take that and incorporate it into appropriate findings for denial, rather than trying to do something at a late night.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I got a couple of questions here. For me, the way a statement, I guess, first, the way in which I read into it, I could compartmentalize pretty easily the difference between the two entities as far as a conditional use permit for the water storage. So I wasn't really hung up on that. And then also hearing that from what it sounded like I heard today, that there's already water being allowed for cannabis cultivation from that water storage now, but maybe I misheard staff. I'm not positive. Can I get clarification on that?
Yes, through the chair, the water in the bladders is already being used for 5,000 square feet of indoor cultivation that was approved under a zoning clearance certificate. That's an administrative approval, and it has been in use since that approval in 2019. Okay, and while we're talking about that approval, have there been any violations on that cultivation? Because there's been public testimony of different violations and stuff like that, but when it comes to the cannabis cultivation, has there been any violations on the permitted state license cultivation? Through the chair, as I mentioned earlier, there was violations preceding the permitting. There was operation ahead of the permit. That was abated. The permit was issued. Since that time, there have been no violations of the cannabis permit or state license that we are aware of. Okay, thank you for that. And then the other part, I got a couple more things. I think maybe there needs to be some revisions as far as how much water, how many of those water bladders, if we went through with approval, because it's got 7 allocated, and it sounded like it's only 145,000 gallons of water. So I don't even know if that's 1 water bladder, but maybe, 1, maybe 2. Has that not been updated? Just through the chair. Yeah. So I believe that's a mistake in the site plan, because as I walked through the site plans earlier in the presentation, it started as a 1 acre proposal. And I don't know that it would have needed 7 bladders, but it would have needed a considerably larger amount of water than the current. And I think given the volume that we have from the applicant, the 145,000 gallons, it shouldn't be much more than 1 bladder. I don't want to speak for them, but given 3 million is spread across a series of over 16, that should be not too much more than 1 or 2. Okay. And then my last question, I think I heard public comment bringing up past legal violations or records, but maybe I misheard that public comment. And I just want to clarify, there was a project in the Red Crest area that public was bringing up
the applicant's past record, and we were told not that we couldn't look into that, or that had no relevance or findings to moving forward. And I'm trying to refresh my memory.
I think I'll let the director or supervising planner handle that because I wasn't there for that discussion.
I think it's important to recognize that the commission's called upon to issue a land use permit, and it's something determining whether or not what's being proposed complies with the policies, rules, and regulations that are in place, and whether or not it is has the potential to create an adverse effect on the environment. We don't make findings about the individual. One of the things that you do need to make a decision on is whether or not, based upon the information they have, that the conditional use permit or the permit in particular can be complied with. But we're not making judgment on individuals.
Thank you for that clarification.
Again, you did. Melanie, you have your hand up.
Yes, I'm wondering if we are allowed to request that the planning department look at the issue of the water bladders as a business in conjunction with permitted farms.
Answer that one. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, the issue came up earlier. Well, there's two things here. There's a permitted business, which is the water bladders, and then there's the permitted other business, which is the cannabis farm. And it does seem as if, some smart cannabis farmers could develop water bladder businesses. And I'm just wondering, has that been thought of? And is there anything in the works in terms of separating those out, or are all cannabis farmers allowed to have water bladder businesses as well?
No, we have thought about that. This is something that began, as Mr. Lazar mentioned, back in 2015, approved in 2016 as a conditional use permit. It is a standalone business to provide water to agricultural entities. And at the time that it was actually approved just right after the cannabis ordinance was adopted. And I think that there was an awareness that this water would be sold, would be used for cannabis cultivation. In fact, one of the things I will say is that it probably is preferable that this water be used for cannabis cultivation than some of the other sources of truck water. Because this is assuming it's undertaken in compliance with the conditions of approval, that it's purely rain water collection. It's a far preferable source of water than pumping out of a lake, stream, or river. And so that's why one of the things that Mr. Lazar tried to present is that we're looking at this as there is a source of water. It's a commercial enterprise that's established, it's permitted. That doesn't exist anywhere else. And so what this person is doing is saying, I am getting water from that entity. So the distinction that's really, really important here is that this is not a cultivation site with bladders of its own. This is a cultivation site that's buying water or obtaining water from a commercial entity that happens to collect water and store it in bladders. And that's why that's the distinction we make from 2.0. And for somebody else to come in and do the same thing, they would need to come in and do a conditional use permit in the same manner that this particular applicant did to have a commercial water business. And that's the process. It's not that you can go out and roll a tarp out on the ground and put down bladders and say, I've got a commercial water business. This is a conditionally permitted use.
Right. Yes. Thank you. I understand that. That helps clarify the business aspect. So that is still allowable. Any cannabis farmer could currently apply for a business license to sell water from water bladders, collected, of course, from rainwater, which may or may not have been the case with this particular applicant. So, yeah.
Let me make one more caveat. You know, this was approved in 2016. It may be that we wouldn't approve this today. But the fact of the matter is, it was approved in 2016.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering, I mean, that, you know, and I'm not taking a position on it. I just wanted some clarification in regards to whether cannabis farmers could simultaneously operate a water bladder business. And it seems to me that you could then sell some of that lawfully collected water to your other business. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I'm not sure if Mike or Thomas were next. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Most of what I was going to say was answered and responded, because I was going to respond to Noah from his comment before that this bladder business and all of that is entirely separate, and nobody could really, if they were existing growers, go out there and do this right now without, of course, getting a permit, as the director said. So it's an entirely different thing. It's different. And it was hard to wrap my head around it at the very first, when we first had it come to us before, but this just solidified that to where it is separately permitted. It's rainwater catchment going in there. So yes, I believe it's okay to have it permitted for this permit right now, with using some of that rain water that they had caught, and then sell the rest of it otherwise. And I too believe that it's better doing this way for selling the water to other cannabis growers or wherever else it may be sold to than pulling it out of the rivers. So I think it's a good solution there. And, you know, we've heard some testimony about prior things there. I think we just need to I would be inclined to approve it, but with a caveat that we keep an eye on it. I think we talked about this before. I don't know when it was, in the summer or just a little bit about, or it was another permit that had some problems that we would have the planning department, we asked to have them keep an eye on it. So that is my thought train on this whole permit right now.
Thank you, Mike. Thomas, go ahead.
I'm leaning with Commissioner Newman there where he's at on it. And just I appreciated staff differentiating the water bladder business versus, you know, just water bladders. And I think a lot of that has to do, that I would assume that the biggest problem I've seen from CDFW is catastrophic failure, or the county. And if you're running a water bladder business, you have to have some sort of control and mitigation in place in the event you have catastrophic failure. And also that can't be on the middle of a steep hillside that's been graded or any of those type of things. It's got to be on a natural flat area. Catastrophic failure is everything I've seen. So I've been able to wrap my head around, and I agree it was very, very hard to, with all the public comments and then reading through it and then rereading through it, and then understanding that water is being used for a different cultivation. I would hear other people's comments, but I'm leaning with Commissioner Newman.
Okay. Anybody else have comments? Or would somebody like to make a motion on this one?
So I guess I will.
Go ahead, Mike.
And I don't have that additional, but so I'd like to find that the Planning Commission has considered the addendum to the adopted environmental impact report for the CCLUO as described in section 15164 of state secret guidelines, make all the required findings for the approval of the special permit and approve the Empire Farms LLC special permit as recommended by staff, subject to the recommended conditions and the additional conditions that were in a supplemental.
I would say that.
Director, do you have something?
Just Commissioner Newman had previously mentioned enhanced monitoring, and I was just wondering if you were looking for that also.
Yes, thank you. I failed to add that in there, but that is part of my motion, yes.
And that would be at least twice a year, and the applicant accepts site visitations without 24-hour notice.
Correct.
All right, is the second okay with that?
The last part's hard for me, but if that's where we're going, that's where we're going, I guess.
All right, so that's a yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would also ask that you give us authorization to modify the findings to indicate that based upon public concern that there was a need for enhanced monitoring, and the enhanced monitoring will ensure that the site remains in compliance.
Do so that, yes, please.
Go ahead, Thomas.
Can I make a clarification? Is this going, the enhanced monitoring, would this be for the life of the project, or would this be for like the provisional phase, like the 2-year provisional phase of it?
This is not a provisional permit, so.
Oh, you're right, never mind. So would this be the life of the project, or would this be?
It would be the life of the project.
Okay.
What is this level of monitoring for enhanced?
Normally, we only do monitoring once a year, and it's got to be by appointment. And so what we're saying is we're going to go by the site twice a year, and as appropriate, if necessary, we can show up on the site.
And that is not uncommon with, say, OSHA or some other things there out in the world on other businesses. So that's not something out of the ordinary or extraordinary. It can happen, and I think it's appropriate for this permit.
Go ahead, Thomas.
So my PTSD is kicking in here a little bit. Just the unannounced, the anxiety you get with law enforcement, and I don't know. So my emotional part is being torn right here with the anxiety that, you know, you could put on someone that's trying to go through, but I also hear the concerns of the community. So I'm having a hard time for the life of the project unannounced. But I don't know. I'm just telling you, my PTSD just kicked in, you know, remembering guns in my face from law enforcement, and that's straight up where I'm at now.
Well, this is the planning department, no guns.
I understand that part. So
yeah, and as the project goes along in years and things are not found, I'm sure that we won't need to do twice a year, and that would not be happening unless there starts to be a lot more complaints. But I think having that open makes it to where it's got some repercussions for this applicant based on past experiences and the neighbors' complaints on this. We've been listening to this for quite a few months, actually.
The applicant just put their hand up. I think we should probably hear what they have to say. Go ahead, Thomas.
Make one quick thing though. Is there something in there if complaints are unfounded by community members? That I know there's been a few projects that there's unfounded complaints and it's basically almost harassment. That hopefully staff is mindful of that. Some sort of documentation of if a complaint is unfounded. I don't know.
Respond to that.
Yeah, Commissioner Mulder, thank you for that. Unfortunately, we do find ourselves in situations more often than is pleasant, where there are complaints that we can't verify. And we end up going out to the site and then get another complaint, going out to the site and then getting another complaint, going out to the site. We treat complaints seriously. If it gets to a point where there's serial repeated complaints that are unfounded, we're not gonna just show up. We're gonna call and talk to the applicant about it. And I mean, I understand your concern. And as was pointed out to me last night, it's like you won't always be here, and you know, the way of doing things may change with somebody else. But our approach as a department is we don't want to be in anybody's business any more than they want us in their business.
All right, we have the applicant that would put their hand up, so I'm going to let them speak. I'm going to please keep it short, though. Go ahead, Diana Totten.
Yeah, this is Jesse Jeffries, the applicant here.
Okay.
Watching the meeting here this evening. First, I'd like to just start with the water bladders and the conditional use permit. It took quite some time to obtain that conditional use permit. A lot of engineering. Not anybody, I believe, these days could just go out and get a conditional use permit to collect rainwater, store it, and haul it off site. I had to do traffic surveys on Sproul Creek Road. There's a concrete dike around the bladders, and they're designed to withhold the water if 6 of them fail at one time. They're also anchored to the ground because the bladders are in a floodplain, so they don't have any danger to any kind of houses or structures. And I believe that's part of the reason why the county has taken the position they don't want people using bladders out in the hills where they're not engineered to, take somebody's house out or something to that effect. I've been operating this business down there for quite a few years. I got several acres of rain catchment liner down there. It collects about 27,000 gallons per inch per acre. The project's designed for 42 inches of rain a year to collect all the water. And I would like to say that I've been cultivating an indoor there since 2019 with a permit, county and state. I've had no violations. I have had some unfounded complaints from a neighbor that is disgruntled with me. It's the same neighbor that has called the cops on the other neighbor 27 times. And I'd like that to be considered. And as far as the showing up without a 24-hour notice, I mean, this is a place of residence where my family lives. I don't know that I would agree with that, but especially holding me to a higher standard than anybody else. I don't believe there's any kind of language in the ordinance for that. And other than that, this project has been downsized from an acre to 14,000 square feet to become more viable, and it just fits the site better. And again, the water bladders, there's an indoor there now that's water's being used out of the bladders already for the indoor cultivation. So I think that's pretty much all I have to speak to. I have an objection with the 24-hour notice not being given, just like CDFW or the CDFA gives when they come and do an inspection. Like I said, this is a place of residence. My family's there, my children's there, and to have people show up unannounced. We have a dog. There's safety concerns with that, and I'd like to know who's coming, so I'm prepared for them as well. So I'm asking the commission to consider everything I've said here tonight and my track record in the last two and a half years. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie, you had your hand up, and then Thomas.
Yes, my question was regarding the mature trees that were removed. Was there an arrangement made in the past? There's been several different phases of this project to replace those.
I believe there was, through the chair, there was some prior language and some conditions from when the project was being brought forward initially. And I think at the time, I was not the staff member assigned to this project, but I believe that the magnitude of removal was smaller, and also our awareness of the number of trees was not as precise as it is now. But perhaps the supervising planner could better speak to that.
Sure, thanks, Steve. And through the chair, Commissioner McCaver. Originally, when the trees were removed, we believed that was timber conversion. And so that was our concern, is that obviously when timber is being converted, that's something that needs to be restocked. You can't just convert timber without going through the proper process. And so as Steve Lazar mentioned in his presentation, I think, we have since received information from a registered forester who states that this was not actually timber conversion. It would not count as timber conversion. CAL FIRE has actually weighed in and say they do not have any objections to what occurred. And so that's the reason why we have not carried that requirement forward.
I see. Thank you.
Thomas, go ahead.
So I'm basically debating on just retracting my second because I can't support the 24-hour notice. Or the no notice. If there's been no cannabis cultivation violations on this parcel that's existing, I don't see findings like the project in Redcrest, I believe is Homes Flat. I'm just having a hard time. There was pipes and all kinds of funky business with the existing cannabis operation that they were adding to where we got those findings. So this is hearing it's a family residence. I'm having a hard time coming to those findings. And is there any way we can, I can't support that part of the second. I'd be okay with twice annual inspections. But I can't support the no notice. If someone served time in prison, if that was true, I'm triggered PTSD already, and I've only had guns pointed on me. I haven't been to prison.
Yes, thanks, Thomas. I would retract that no notice, but still keep up the twice a year enhancement, and there would be notice then on my motion.
And I'd support that amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second now. Any further discussion on the motion?
Why are we removing that? That was one of the things that kind of helped for me. The monitoring, I think, given the record, is really important.
The monitoring is still there twice a year as opposed to one. And if there are complaints, the planning department will go there. But the difference is just no notice ahead of the twice a year inspections.
Okay, but if someone makes a complaint and then the planning department has to make an appointment to go address the complaint, that doesn't seem fair to everybody else.
Perhaps a director can specify how that works.
That actually is what the ordinance requires, is 24-hour notice. So this applicant would be subject to the same requirements as everybody else. The enhanced monitoring would be, we're committing to monitor twice per year. That's beyond what everybody else, except I think one other, is required to have.
But earlier you were saying that it could be without notice.
And I retracted that on the motion.
No, that was a question for the director.
I did say that, and that was because that was my recollection of the previous enhanced monitoring requirement of a previous permit. And I think that Commissioner Mulder made a compelling argument that this is different than that one, and enhanced visits to the site are appropriate, but those enhanced visits don't need to include no notice.
So just to clarify, is no notice even allowable? Or were you mistaken on that?
I think it's something that can be done if the commission feels like it needs to be done, and you adopt findings and agree that it's appropriate. I think the argument that's being presented here is that this particular applicant, while there is some public concern, has demonstrated the ability to operate in compliance over the last couple of years. And so there is not grounds to suspect that there needs to be visits to the site without notice. And I don't want to put words in either Commissioner Newman's or Commissioner Mulder's mouth, but that's what I heard the arguments to be.
Right. My question was simply whether we were allowed to request that or not. Thank you.
You're muted, Alan. Alan, you're muted.
Yeah, I got it.
Gotcha.
Sorry. So we have a motion. We have a second out there. Is there any further discussion? I'm going to call for the vote. Laura, a roll call vote on this one.
Melanie McCaver.
Yes.
Mike Newman.
Yes.
Alan Bongio.
No.
Noah Levy.
No.
Thomas Mulder.
Yes.
All right. Motion carries with a yes, 3-2. So that we're at 10:18. We still have to continue two items. Item number 4, H4, I believe it is. Yeah, H4 and H5 will need to be continued to next meeting. Go ahead, Thomas.
Did we miss consent agenda item number 8, or did I make wrong notes?
No, 8 was removed or was pulled. What was it? We approved. Yeah, I just had to look at it. We did it.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wrote the wrong notes. My apologies.
Okay. So we need a motion to continue items H4 and 5 to the next meeting, which is the
February 17th.
17th.
If we do that, can we put that number 4 up ahead of many things then? The golden bud, I guess.
We will put that under old business and put items pulled from consent on after that.
Okay.
Yeah, and if Sorry, if we could make sure to do the same for the telecommunications ordinance as well, because that's been on a number of times.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, for both of them. I'll so move that.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? All right, Laura, roll call vote.
Noah Levy,
Yes.
Mike Newman,
Yes.
Melanie McCaver,
Yes.
Thomas Smolder,
Yes.
Alan Fangio.
Yes. Thank you, Laura. Motion carries unanimous. So that finally brings us to adjournment. And with that, I will call the meeting adjourned, and we will see you all on the 17th. Thanks for sticking in there. We got through it.
Chairman.
Yeah.